It's already starting. This game is not suitable for children or those who are easily disturbed. Individuals suffering from anxiety or depression may not have a positive experience playing this game. So everybody in this Discord who is suffering from anxiety or depression, please leave now.
Oh, it's fine. My depression only
Oh,
kills me when I
people.
die.
Everyone proceeds to leave.
Bunch of people just left.
Yeah. Also, don't worry, Izzy. I'm recording now, so I'll take the hit and have my channel struck when it finally gets released for those that missed this stream.
I should take this disclaimer and put it on the Discord. Individuals suffering from anxiety or depression may not have a positive experience joining this Discord.
You know, you should
be your motto.
modify my specific Discord server profile and have that on there.
Everything. All right, what do I do? Would you like to review? Also, is it too loud? Might be too loud.
Don't get
You
You
spoiled.
can change the stream
Yeah.
audio, don't worry.
Okay, it's nice. So, what do I do? Do I do contain spoilers? Yes or no?
No. Then.
Oh, there's also a chat in here. Okay.
That's
So no spoilers?
Yeah, no spoilers.
No spoilers.
The more spoilers you get, the worse it is for you.
I've noted the game's age rating in my region. I'm 28, so I guess I'm good. Highly disturbing
actually
content.
30.
What the fuck is this? I thought I just had to write poetry.
It's just poetry. It's just highly disturbing poetry.
Oh, you are so wrong. This is not poetry.
It is poetry, shut the fuck up.
There's poetry in here. Stop spoiling him.
Oh my god. It's incredibly loud. I need to lower it for myself. What the fuck is this?
It's actually been decent for us.
As you can see, the anime is already starting with the skirts, you know?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I assume I'm gonna have to bang one of these chicks.
Yeah,
So
pick one.
just
Yeah.
head
That is your
front.
goal.
I'm gonna go for. I don't know. This one looks like the most of age out of all four. Oh, the
We
others-
don't see your mouse, by the way.
You can't see
Oh,
your
the one with the
picture.
purple long hair.
Let's go!
He's
Yeah.
your childhood friend, if I remember right. No, wait, no, that was
Two.
the other one.
Two left-footed one, yeah.
The one with the bow the one with the red bow is the childhood
Yeah,
friend.
Sayori.
Yeah.
But they all look incredibly young. Let me just put that out
You're
there. So
also incredibly young in this
I'm
game.
gonna go for the virgin approach. I'm not gonna bag. You know what?
And-
I just want to be a respectful best friend.
That's
what
not
the
gonna
approach
On
is.
function.
pure,
Also,
pure
just
coincidence.
a heads up, they're all in the same class. So they're all
Oh yeah,
the
don't
same.
I have to put on streamer mode or something like
You
If you
No,
want.
don't have class. Oh,
that? Does that have streamer mode?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Necopara does, for example. This one doesn't.
Yeah.
Enable content warnings.
Nah.
Also, coincidentally, she has the biggest tits, just saying.
That's right. Jissy.
Oh, this has already gone to a great start.
Do I have to do voice acting?
Yes,
Yes.
you do,
Okay.
Izzy.
Oh,
I need to come up with separate voices
wait,
for
I
all
have
the.
an idea. Everyone should do a different voice.
Yes, Garwen,
That
you
that
do
would
this
be
one.
funny.
Alright, fine, I'll do this one.
Garwen, do your French voice.
Hey!
I see an annoying girl running towards me from
Oh
the distance,
yeah!
waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. That girl is Garwini, my neighbor and good friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you never see yourself making today, but it just kind of works out because you've known each other for a long time. We used to walk to school together on days like this, but starting around high school, she would oversleep more and more frequently, and I would get tired of waiting up. But if she's going to chase after me like this, I almost feel better off running away. However, I just sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk, and let Garwini catch up to me. Oh god.
I overslept again. But I caught you this time.
Maybe, but only because I decided to stop and wait for you.
Eh? You say that like you were thinking about ignoring me. That's mean, Jizzy.
Well, if people stare at you for acting weird, then I don't want them to think we're a couple or something.
Fine, fine. But you did wait for me after all.
The Santa hat is getting very warm. Oh,
I guess you don't have it in you to mean... in you to be mean, even if you want to.
whatever you say, Garwini.
Aye.
We cross the street together and make our way to school. As we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled with other students making their daily commute.
By the way, Jizzy, have you decided on a club to join yet?
A club? I told you already, I'm really not interested in joining any clubs. I haven't been looking either.
Eh? That's not true. You told me you would join a club this year.
Did I? I'm sure it's possible that I did, in one of our many conversations where I dismissively go along with whatever she's going on about. Garwen likes to worry a little too much about me, when I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average while spending my free time on games and anime.
Uh-huh. I was talking about how I'm worried that you won't learn how to socialize or have any skills before college.
Before college? Oh god.
Your happiness is really important to me, you know? And I know you're happy now, but I die at the thought of you becoming a NEET in a few years, because you're not used to the real world.
This game's hitting too close to home.
You trust me, right? Don't make me keep worrying about you.
Alright. I'll look at a few clubs if it makes you happy. No promises though.
Will you at least promise me you'll try a little?
Yeah, I guess I'll promise you that.
Yay!
Why do I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl? More than that, I'm surprised I even let myself relent to her. I guess seeing her worry so much about me makes me want to ease her mind at least a little bit, even if she does exaggerate everything inside of her head.
Sayori
The school day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs. Garwen wants me to check out some clubs. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club. Garwen!
Hello!
Garwen? Garwen must have come into the classroom while I was spacing out. I look around and realize that I'm the only one left in the classroom.
I thought I'd catch you coming out of the classroom, but I saw you just sitting here and spacing out, so I came in. Honestly, you're even worse than me sometimes. I'm impressed.
You don't need to wait up for me if it's going to make you late to your own club.
Well, I thought you might need some encouragement, so I thought, you know...
Know what?
Well, that you could come to my club.
Garwen,
Yeah?
there is no way I'm going to your club.
Eh? Meanie.
Garwen is vice president of the Literature Club.
Oh, yeah.
Not that I was ever aware that she had any interest in literature. In fact, I'm 99% sure she only did it because she thought it would be fun to help start a new club. Since she was the first one to show interest after the one who proposed the club, she inherited the title Vice President. That said, my interest in literature is guaranteed to be even less. Yeah, I'm going to the anime club.
Come on, please.
Why do you care so much anyway?
Well... I kinda told the club yesterday I would bring in a new member. And Natsuki made cupcakes and everything. Yeah.
Don't make promises you can't keep, Garwen. I can't tell if Garwen is really that much of an airhead, or if she's cunning as to have planned all of this out. I let out a long sigh. Fine, I'll stop by for a cupcake, okay?
Yes, let's go!
And thus today marks the day I sold my soul for a cupcake. I dejectedly followed Garwen across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit. Garwen, full of energy, swings open the classroom door.
Everyone, the new member is here!
I'm gonna need some volunteers for some new voice acting, I think. I told you, don't call me a new member.
Sacrifice myself.
I glance around the room. Any takers?
Nah, I ain't her, boy.
Bulldog.
Bulldog, go.
I'd rather not.
Come on!
Custa, go! I need voice
Welcome to the
acting.
Literature Club. It's a pleasure meeting you. Sayori always says nice things about you.
FM?
Come on, FM, you're the
Seriously?
Sunday.
You brought a boy? To kill the atmosphere?
We need one more. Come on, who takes
Come on.
I'll take it.
Come on.
Good.
Guardian is here. Jizzy, what a nice surprise. Welcome
Come
to
on.
the club.
Everyone needs to remember their own character, by the way, because I sure would. ... All words escape me in this situation. This club is full of incredibly cute girls!
What are you looking at? If you want to say something, say it.
Sorry.
Wait, should I call him like FM Suki or
Go with it. It's your character.
FM Suki?
The girl with the sour attitude, whose name is apparently FM Suki, is one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes her look like a first-year student. She is also the one who made cupcakes, according to Garwen.
You can't just ignore her when she gets moody.
Garwen says that quietly into my ear, then turns back towards the other girls.
Anyway, this is FM Suki, always full of energy. And what's the name for Yuri?
Kasturi.
Hmm?
Kasturi.
Kasturi.
Gasturi. And this is Gasturi, the smartest in the club.
Don't say things like that.
Gasturi, who appears to be more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with people like Garwen and FM Suki. Well, it's nice to meet both of you.
And it sounds like you already know. What should we call her?
Guardianica?
I didn't hear what you said. What'd you say?
Guardianica?
Guardianica? And it sounds like
sorry.
you already know Garnica, is that right?
That's right. It's great to see you again, Jizzy.
What is that pose? Guardianica smiles sweetly. We do know each other. Well, we rarely talked, but we were in the same class last year. Guardianica was probably the most popular girl in class. Smart, beautiful, athletic. Basically, completely out of my league. So, having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little... You too, Guardianica?
Come sit down, Jizzy. We made room for you at the table, so you can sit next to me or Guardianica.
Oh, is this the first choice I have to make? Garwen, get the cupcakes.
I'll get the cupcakes.
Hey, I made them. I'll get them.
Sorry, I got a little too excited.
Then how about I make some tea as well?
I can't. The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. As Garwen mentioned, it's been widened so that there's one space next to Guardianica and one space next to Garwen. FM Suki and Kasturi walk over to the corner of the room. These names are getting too hard. Where FM Suki grabs a wrapped tray, and Kasturi opens the closet. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Garwen. Garwen proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand.
Okay, are you ready? Ta-da!
What?
Natsuki lifts the foil of the tray to reveal a dozen white, fluffy cupcakes decorated to look like little cats. The whiskers are drawn with icing, and little pieces of chocolate were used to make ears.
So cute!
I had no idea you were so good at baking, Natsuki.
Well, you know. So just hurry and take one.
Natsuki grabs one first, then Guardianica. I follow.
It's delicious.
Garwen talks with her mouth full and has already managed to get icing on her face. I bet. I turn the cupcake around in my fingers, looking for the best angle to take a bite. Guardianuki... Guardianuki... No. FMSuki is quiet. I can't help but notice her sneaking glances in my direction. Is she waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. Nom. The icing is sweet and full of flavor. I wonder if she made it herself. This is really good. Thank you, FMSuki.
Why are you thanking me? It's not like I
Haven't I heard this somewhere before?
made them for you or anything.
I thought you technically did. Garwen said...
Well, maybe but not for you. You know, you dummy.
Alright. I give up on FMSuki's weird logic and dismiss the conversation. Kasturi returns to the table carrying a tea set. She carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot next to the cupcake tray.
You keep a whole tea set in
Oh,
the-
that's
Oh,
me!
fuck!
You keep a whole tea set in this classroom?
Don't worry, the teachers gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book?
Guess? Guardian.
Don't let yourself get intimidated. You're just trying to impress. You're just trying to impress. Yeah.
Eh? That's not...
Insulted, Kasturi looks away.
Huh. I meant that, you know.
I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea.
I'm glad.
Kasturi faintly smiles to herself in relief. Gardenika raises an eyebrow, then smiles at me.
So what made you consider the literature club?
I was afraid of this question. Something tells me I shouldn't tell Gardenika that I was practically dragged here by Garwini. Well, I haven't joined any clubs yet, and Garwini seemed really happy here, so...
That's okay. Don't be embarrassed. We'll make sure you feel right at home, okay? As president of the literature club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone.
Oh, she's the president, okay. Gardenika, I'm surprised. How come you decided to start your own club? You could probably be a board member for any of the major clubs. Weren't you leader of the debate club last year?
Well, you see, to be honest, I can't stand all of the politics around the major clubs. It feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make it something special out of it. And if it encourages others to get into literature, then I'm fulfilling that dream.
Monica really is a great leader.
Yuri also nods in agreement. Then I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. It must be hard to start a new club.
You could put it that way. Not many people are interested in putting out all the effort to start something brand new. Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention, like literature. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. But I make school events like the festival that much more important. I'm confident that we all can really grow this club before we graduate. Right, everyone?
Yeah!
Let's use
Garwin.
I just said yeah.
Oh,
We'll do our best.
You know it.
everyone enthusiastically agrees. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal. Monica must have worked really hard just to find these three. Maybe that's why they're all so delighted by the idea of a new member joining. Though I still don't really know if I can keep up with our level of enthusiasm about literature.
So, Cheesy, what kinds of things do you like to read?
When do I have to start picking shit? Is this just me? Well, considering how little I've read these past few years, I don't really have a good way of answering that. Manga? I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. It looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet.
Not much of a reader, I guess.
You take that back. Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri?
Well, let's see.
Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger.
My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive.
Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seemed so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in the world of books, not people.
But, I like a lot of things. Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well.
Yuri is the best girl, right? Come on, it's quite obvious.
Of course she is, I voice her. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination to completely throw you for a loop? Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately.
Ah, I read a horror book once. I desperately grasp something I can relate to at the minimal level. At this rate, Yuri might as well be having a conversation with a rock.
Really? I wouldn't have expected that of you, Yuri. For someone as gentle as you.
Does this game not have choices? I thought it'd have choices.
I guess you could say that.
Oh.
Yeah. Like most visual novels, you only really get major choices.
Oh, okay.
But if a story makes me think or takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down. Surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment.
I hate horror.
Oh? Why is that?
Well, I just...
Natsuki's eyes dart over to me for a split second.
Never mind.
That's right, you usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki?
What? What gives you that idea?
You left a piece of scrap paper behind last club meeting. It looked like you were working on a poem called...
Don't say it out loud. And give it back.
Fine, fine.
Your cupcakes, your poems. Everything you do is just as cute as you are.
Garwen settles up behind Natsuki and puts her hands on her shoulders.
Not cute.
Natsuki, you write your own poems?
Well, yes, sometimes. Why do you care?
I think that's impressive. Why don't you share them sometime?
No,
Natsuki averts her eyes.
you would like them.
Ah, not a very confident writer yet.
I understand how FMSuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself.
Deep.
You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities and showing even the deepest reaches of your heart.
Do you have experience... Do you have experience right... Okay, let me start that one more time. Do you have writing experience too, Yuri? Maybe if you share some of your work, you can set an example and help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers.
I guess it's the same for Yuri.
Oh, I wanted to read everyone's poems.
You.
We all
you
sit in
just steal my
silence for a
lines?
moment.
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Okay.
that's it. I'm seeing you in the bedroom later, mister.
I have an idea, everyone.
Huh?
Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monika.
Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. Then next time we meet, we shall all share them with each other. That way, everyone is even.
Yeah, let's do it.
Plus, now that we have a new member, I think it will help us get a little bit more comfortable with each other and strengthen the bond of the club. Isn't that right, Jizzy?
Monika smiles warmly at me once again. Hold on, there's still one problem.
What's that?
Now that we're back to the original topic of me joining the club, I bluntly come forth with what's been on my mind the entire time. I never said I would join this club. Garwen might have convinced me to stop by, but I never made any decision. I still have other clubs to look at, and I lose my train of thought. All 4 girls stare back at me with dejected eyes.
But
I'm sorry, I thought...
Jesse.
You all... I'm defenseless against these girls. How am I supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's like this? That is, if writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls. Right. Okay, I've decided then. I'll join the literature club. One by one, the girls' eyes light up.
Yes, I'm so happy.
Garwen wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Hey!
You really did scare me for a moment.
If you just came for the cupcakes, I would be super pissed.
I can't take this.
then that makes it official. Vote to the literature club.
We're in, boys.
Aw, yeah.
Thanks, I guess.
Okay, everyone. I think with that we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone, remember tonight's assignment. Write a poem to bring to the next meeting so we all can share.
Monica looks over at me once more.
Chissy, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself.
Oh, me too. Yeah. Can I really impress the class star Monica with my mediocre writing skills? I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri and Natsuki clean up their food.
Hey, Jizzy, since we're already here, do you want to walk home together?
That's right. Garwen and I never walk home together anymore because she always stayed after school for clubs. Sure, might as well.
Yay!
With that, the two of us depart the club room and make our way home. The whole way, my mind wanders back and forth between the 4 girls. Garwen, Femsuki, Kasturi, and of course, Guardianica. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in a literature club? Perhaps I'll have the chance to grow closer to one of these girls. Or all of them. Alright, I'll just need to make the most of my circumstances, and I'm sure good fortune will find me. And I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight. Is this where we start writing poetry? Oh, boy.
Oh boy.
It's time to write a poem? What? No. Pick words you think your favorite club member will like. Something good might happen with whoever likes your poem the most.
I like depression. Simple.
Yeah, which girl are you gonna mac on?
Which one you want to
It
fuck?
was high.
Come
I wanna
on,
fuck you.
Jizzy.
Member are
I
gonna
wanna
fuck
fuck
Garwen?
Costa, I think.
Come
That
on,
podcast
Daddy
thing.
Let's go.
Jizzy. You know
I'm this
you
girl
want
now.
to.
Wait, we're missing one girl, aren't we?
Let's learn how to
Yeah, you
die.
can't romance Monica.
Oh.
Come on. So you want to try for
Yeah.
the harem route or
Cringe.
something?
Actually, I don't want to write about I'm just gonna write from the heart and see
Hey,
whatever
look at
girls
that.
fits
Write
me
about,
best.
write about Papa. No one has that here.
Ooh.
Papa.
You're like
Alright,
a
alright,
mother.
One has
alright.
a dad.
Jizzy, just write whatever you think
oh my god,
feels
there's so
right.
many
See
words.
who leans the closest to it, and then chase that
Rainbow
girl.
Massacre.
It's a massacre, yes.
Rainbow Massacre.
Beautiful.
Uncontrollable. I'm just writing from the heart.
Marshmallow.
The uncontrollable massacre in my heart.
Actually, I could have done for uncontrollable climax.
Inferno.
Inferno. Parfait.
Purple bitch.
Incapable.
Bouncy.
The
Horror.
pink- the pink gnome says.
Depression. Socks.
Yeah, you can
Death.
tell by the jumping who likes what.
Oh.
Milk.
Liss. Oh no, Garwen wants the bone.
Oh yeah.
I thought it said poop for a moment.
Explode.
Loud.
Oh yeah.
Loud graveyard.
Hell yeah. Graveyard.
Broken.
I think all the weird, all the depressing word choices got you the
Nibble.
emo girl on the far right.
Yeah, but I kind of want to bang her.
Hey, yo.
You wanna back Caste? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, who wouldn't?
Yay.
I
You
would.
bang a short man.
Oh yeah.
I don't even know what that word means, so I'm picking it.
I have no clue what that word even
Puppy.
means as well.
Puppy.
Puppy. Of course the furry shit comes to me.
Oh yeah. Everybody knows, FM. You're the only one who's against it.
Guardian?
Dominus Petrus Spiritus Sancti. Guardian!
Hi
What the
again,
fuck?
Jizzy. Glad to see you. Didn't run away on us. Haha.
Don't worry. This might be a little strange for me, but I at least keep my word. Well, I'm back at Literature Club. I was the last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out. Justin?
Thanks for keeping your promise, GC. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you. Making you dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it?
Come on, like he deserved any slack. Wait, that's me, right?
Yeah, that's you.
Yeah.
Sayori told me you didn't even want to join any clubs this year. And last year, too. I don't know if you plan to just come here and hang out or what. But if you don't take us seriously, then you won't see the end of it.
Guardian?
Natsuki, you certainly have a big mouth for someone who keeps the manga collection in the club room.
What is that?
FM.
That's me. I know. I did it, asshole.
FMsuki finds herself stuck between saying Mama Monica and Mama Manga.
Manga is literature.
That one came from the heart, I feel. Swiftly defeated, FMsuki plops back into her seat.
Don't worry, guys. Jizzy always gives it his best as long as he's having fun.
Ask Miss Izzy. Wait.
He helps me. He helps me with busy work without me even asking. Like cooking,
I'm
cleaning
such a
my
simp.
room.
How dependable.
and
Just listen to it.
candy.
Garwen, that's because your room is so messy, it's distracting. And you almost set your house on fire once.
Is that so?
You two are really good friends, aren't you? I might be a little jealous.
Coming on strong there.
How come? You and Jizzy can become good friends too. Polygamy, here we go.
Garwen?
Hmm?
Crap, sorry.
No, that wasn't you. As usual, Garwen seems oblivious to the weird situation she just put me into.
Oh, Yuri even brought you something today, you know?
Wait, Garwen?
Me?
Not really.
Don't be shy.
It's more. It's really nothing.
What is it?
Never mind. Garwen made it sound like a big deal when it's really not. What do I do?
I'm sorry, Yuri. I wasn't thinking.
I guess that means it's up to me to rescue this situation.
Always.
Hey, don't worry about it. First of all, I wasn't expecting anything in the first place, so any nice gesture from you is a pleasant surprise. It'll make me happy no matter what.
Is that so?
Yeah, I won't make it a big deal if you don't want it to be.
Alright. Well, here.
Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a book.
I didn't want you to feel left out. So I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention, even if you don't usually read. And we could, discuss it if you wanted.
This is, how is this girl accidentally being so cute? She even picked out a book she thinks I'll like, despite me not reading much. Yuri, thank you. I'll definitely read this. I enthusiastically take the book.
Phew. Well, you can read it at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think.
Now that everyone's settled in, I expected Monica to kick off some scheduled activities for the club. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Sayori and Monica are having a cheery conversation in the corner. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression, like she was waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki is rummaging around in the closet. Man, it looks like no one wants to be bothered today. I slumped down into the nearest desk. How am I supposed to occupy myself with something literature related by myself like this? I guess I could always read some of the book Yuri gave me. But I'm feeling a little too tired to read. I could probably fall asleep right now. I close my eyes and end up listening in on Sayori's conversation with Monica.
We're probably gonna seem really lame compared to all the other clubs, though.
Guardian.
Well, we can't give up. The festival is our chance to show everyone what literature is all about. The problem is that the idea of a literature club sounds too dense and intellectual. But it's not all of that. It's not like that at all, you know? We just need a way of showing that to people, to everyone. Jeez. Something that speaks to their creative minds.
That doesn't solve the problem, though.
Guardian.
What do you mean?
Even if we come up with the most fun thing ever, nobody will come in the first place if it's a literature event.
No.
So it's more important to figure out how to get people to show up in the first place, you know? And after they come, we can do the thing to speak to their creative minds.
What's this? Sayori is taking this really seriously. It's rare to hear her deliberating like this.
Huh?
Guardian. Guardian!
Guardian.
Pay attention, or we're gonna have to fire you.
I got kicked out. That's a good point. In that case, do you think food will do the trick?
What kind?
Well, I guess we could.
Cupcakes!
Aha, good thinking. Natsuki would love to do that.
Ah, you're right. Natsuki makes the best cupcakes.
You're gonna say real quick.
That works out perfectly.
That wasn't why you suggested it.
Cupcakes speak to my creative tummy.
Cupcakes it is then.
I'm hungry.
Anyway, we still need to work out the details of the event itself.
I find myself smiling. In the end, Sayori is still her usual self, but therein lies the unexpected reason I admire her. Unlike me, who has trouble finding any motivation at all, Sayori can put her mind to things and make them come to life. I suppose that's why I end up letting her get on my case about things. I can't help but wonder what it would be like to see the world through her eyes. Wah! Wah! I open my eyes to find Sayori's face filling my vision. I nearly fall out of my chair.
Sorry. Wait. Actually, I'm not sorry at all. It's your fault for sleeping like that. This isn't the napping club.
Wait, there's a napping club?
Always.
Did our school have a napping club?
You're staying up late again, aren't you? Now that you're in a club, you're gonna have less time for anime, you know? You need to get used to it.
Don't say that so loud. Shh. I glance over my shoulder to see if Monica overheard.
It's true, though.
Yeah, I know. You're always looking out for me, Sayori.
That's what I do best.
That's a problem. What about you? You look out for me better than you look out for yourself. You're still oversleeping every day, aren't you?
Eh? Not every day.
That's not very convincing. How many days this past week have you gotten up on time?
That's,
Look at that face, damn.
It's a secret.
I'm done.
I knew it.
Come on.
This is really
At least
real.
give him the benefit of the doubt.
I can't even do that. Look, Sayori, it's written all over you.
Eh?
Sayori glances round at herself.
How is it written all over me?
You were clearly in a rush this morning. Look, your hair is sticking out all around here.
Ah?
I run my fingertips down the side of Sayori's hair, trying to straighten it out. Man, you really need a brush for this.
My hair is just really hard to get right.
I won't fall for that. There's more than just your hair. Look, your bow isn't straight either. And there's toothpaste stain on your collar right here. Hope that's toothpaste. I tried to wipe off the stain with my finger.
But nobody would ever notice that.
Of course they would. Nobody's gonna tell you about it because they don't want to embarrass you. Fortunately, I don't really care about that.
Hey, you meanie.
And you don't even keep your blazer buttoned up. Seriously, Sayori. Why do you think you don't have a boyfriend yet?
Eh? That's super mean.
Sorry, but you'll thank me later. I start to button her blazer from the bottom. Once you see how much better it looks, you'll change your mind. Ugh.
What the heck?
Hey, you're putting the clothes on me here.
What the
true.
fuck?
This is so funny.
What is?
I'm
Well.
so sorry.
I was just thinking how weird it is to have a friend who does these kinds of things.
See that? You'll make me feel weird about it, stupid.
It's okay though. I'm happy we're like this.
Garwen, don't talk to me like that.
I always will. Aren't you?
I guess.
Hey, be careful. The buttons might come off.
Why is this one so hard to close? I struggle to fully close the button near her chest.
Oh.
Does this thing even fit you properly?
It did when I bought it.
If you ever buttoned it, you would have noticed sooner that it doesn't fit you anymore. What are you smiling about?
It means my boobs got bigger again.
Oh god.
Yay!
Don't say that out loud. Anyway, you look much better now. So, why does it feel strange to see Sayori's blazer buttoned up like that?
But it's so stuffy. It's not worth it at all.
Sayori hastily unbuttons her blazer once more.
Phew. That's so much better.
Sayori puts her arms out and twirls around.
So if I keep it unbuttoned, then I won't get a boyfriend, right?
What kind of logic is that? Why are you saying that like it's a good thing?
Because if I had a boyfriend, then he wouldn't even let you do things like this. And you take care of me better than anyone else would anyway. So that's why I'm keeping it unbuttoned.
Stop saying all these embarrassing things.
No. Eh? I didn't say anything embarrassing.
Jeez. Well, anyway, just focus on trying to wake up a little earlier, okay?
Only if you focus on going to bed earlier.
Fine, fine. It's a deal.
I guess we really are better at taking care of each other than we are taking care of ourselves.
Yeah, I guess so, huh?
So maybe you should come wake me up in the morning.
You're doing it again, Sayori.
Ah, but I was joking that time.
Man, it's impossible to tell with you sometimes. Guardian!
Okay, everyone.
Huh? Monica suddenly calls out.
Why don't we share the poems we wrote now?
Yay! Jizzy, I can't wait to read yours.
Yeah, same. I failed to sound enthusiastic, but Sayori still trots away to retrieve her poem.
By the way, did you remember to write a poem last night?
Yeah. My relaxation ends. I can't believe I agreed to do something so embarrassing. I couldn't really find much inspiration since I've never really done this before.
Well, now that everyone's ready, why don't you find someone to share with?
I can't wait.
Sayori and Monica enthusiastically pull out their poems. Sayori's on a wrinkled sheet of loose leaf torn from a spiral notebook. On the other hand, Monica wrote hers in a composition notebook. I can already see Monica's pristine handwriting from where I sit. Natsuki and Yuri reluctantly comply as well, reaching into their bags. I did the same myself. Who should I show my poem to first? Alright, lads, who do you think
Daddy.
we should show our poem to first?
The tall emo girl.
Come
Oh,
on,
emo
Daddy,
girl?
I wanna see it.
Has to see.
Do a poll.
Can I do?
a
Can we?
poll.
Wait. Can I do a poll? Do I have to do like a straw poll?
Oh,
Yeah.
fine.
Yes.
I can't speak to you in character, so I shall vote out of character.
Alright, hang on. What are those fucking names? Sayori, Yuri. Who else is there? Natsuki and Monica.
For me. Vote for me, boys.
I don't even know who you are.
I'm the top one.
Up the number of people in the channel? Wait, there's a max on the channel?
Apparently.
Oh yeah, 25.
How do I-
Those
Name
like
of the
voice
tall
join
emo
voice
girl
channels.
again.
Is the limit gone now?
It
It's
should
at
be.
99 now.
Yeah.
Alright, try it again.
Or is it just because we need to like, boost the server or something? Is there like a max?
Fuck, I'm winning.
Aww.
Alright, Gastude is winning.
Jesus, holy shit, I'm winning by a lot now.
Miss Izzy, I never asked to play this game, by the way. Just so you remember. For those of you who don't realize, Miss
When do we
Izzy
stop that?
is in the chat. She is watching this.
So, like, how many, like, when do we stop counting?
I'll give you like 5 more seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Hey,
5.
Miss Izzy.
We're gonna bang Yuri. We're gonna talk to Yuri.
Hey, Miss Izzy. I gave him the game. You can blame me.
Miss Izzy is yeah, she's in here. Look, she's in the chat even. All right, we're going to Yuri. Yuri seems the most experienced, so I should start with her. I can trust her opinion, to be fair. Why does Yuri sound like a Minecraft villager? Yuri stares at the poem. A minute passes, more than enough time for her to finish reading.
Oh. Sorry. I forgot to start speaking.
She's so cute.
Um,
It's fine, it's fine. Don't force yourself.
I'm not... I just need to put my thoughts into words. Hold on. Okay. This is your first time writing a poem, right?
Go easy on me. Yeah? What do you ask?
I'm just making sure. I guess that it might be after reading through it.
Ah, so it's that bad?
No! Did I just raise my voice? I'm so sorry.
Yuri buries her face in her hands.
Oh.
I couldn't help but notice that it's been several minutes, and we really haven't gone anywhere. It might take Yuri a while to get used to new people. It's fine, I really didn't notice. What were you saying?
Right, It's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers. And having been through that myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most noticeable thing I recognize in new writers is that they try to make their style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter, and they form-fit the two together. Shit, Wikipedia, but the end result is that both the style and the expressiveness are weakened.
Once Yuri finds her train of thought, it's as if her demeanor totally changes. Her stammering is completely gone, and she sounds like an expert.
Of course, that's not something you can be blamed for. There are so many different skills and techniques that go into writing even a simple poem. Not just finding them and building them, but getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part.
Alright, so the voice chat is still full? Wait, let me just Google. Never thought we'd reach like 25 people. Oh, go live is limited. Wait, what? Oh, someone joined. Oh, Myron's in.
Hey, you managed to get in.
Nice. Alright, let's continue then.
How long till he regrets it?
It might take you some time, but it all comes with practice and learning by example and trying new things. I also hope that everyone else in the club gives you valuable feedback. FMsuki can be a little bit biased, though.
Biased? How?
Well... Never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that. Sorry.
It's fine. I'm not sure if Yuri is apologizing to herself, to me, or to Natsuki. Do you mind if I read your poem now?
Oh, please do. I'd love to share my thought process behind it.
Yuri smiles dreamily, as if that's a rare opportunity for her. Which itself is kind of funny. After all, isn't this supposed to be a literature club? Ghost Under the Light. Oh, do you want to read it, Cast? Yeah, Cast.
Wait, hold on. It's kind of like pixely, but let me try. Ghost Under the Light. The tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow?
Yep.
Bathing. It must be this one. The last remaining streetlight to have withstood the test of time. The last yet to be replaced by the sickening blue-green hue of the future. I bathe. Calm, breathing air of the present, but living in the past. The light flickers. I flicker back.
It's not bad, actually. Good job, Cast.
I'm sorry I have such terrible handwriting. Hey, true.
What? I wasn't thinking that at all.
But it took you a long time to read.
Ah.
Yeah, the screen was pixelated.
Well, I just don't read script very often. I actually think your handwriting is pretty.
Eh? That's a relief.
Also, I like the poem. Even though it's short, it was really descriptive.
It wasn't too short? I usually write longer poems.
Not at all.
I'm really glad you like it. I'll be honest. Since it's our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose.
Are you into ghosts, Yuri?
Uh-huh. Actually, the story isn't about a ghost at all, GZ.
Really? I must have totally missed the point.
Well, I suppose you did only glance over it after all. But remember that poets often express their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences in their work. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. In this case, perhaps the subject of the poem is only being symbolically compared to a ghost. Lingering in our last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the past. And soon to be left with nothing.
That's a lot more solemn, putting it that way. I hadn't even thought of that. That's impressive.
It's nothing, really. Well, it makes me happy that you think that. Just remember that it won't be long before you pick up on these things too.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I guess I'll have to keep trying.
I'm counting on you.
I think that went well, guys. Who should I show my poem to next? I'll just go to the second winner of the poll. Natsuki.
Suki.
If I'm
Take me
Suki,
last.
you. Hmm?
Well, it's about as expected from someone like you.
That's a little blunt.
Well, excuse me. It's not like I said it was bad. It just didn't evoke any emotions.
So basically, it's not cute enough for your tastes?
Do you want to get smacked?
I'll pass.
Well, anyway, I guess I need to show you mine. Not that you like it. What the fuck is this?
a children's poem. What the fuck is this?
Eagles can fly, monkeys can climb, crickets can leap, horses can race, owls can seek, cheetahs can run, eagles can fly, people can try, but that's all about. Yeah. I told you that you weren't gonna like it.
It's pretty fucking shit compared to the other one.
I agree.
I like it.
What? Just be honest.
I am. Why are you so convinced that I wouldn't like it?
Well, because everyone in high school thinks that writing has to be sophisticated and stuff. So people don't even take my writing seriously.
But isn't the point of poems for people to express themselves? Your writing style wouldn't make your message any less valid.
Yes, exactly. I like when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard.
Definitely hit me hard.
Like in this poem. Seeing everyone around you do great things can be really disheartening. So I decided to write about it.
Yeah, I understand.
But the only nice thing about the simple writing is that it puts more weight on the wordplay. Like I set up for a rhyme at the end, but then made it fall flat on purpose.
So deep.
It helps bring out the feeling in the last line.
So you did... I guess more went into it than I realized.
That's what it meant to be a pro. I'm glad you learned something. Didn't expect that from the youngest one here, did you?
How old are you? Jesus.
I don't fucking...
Yeah, I guess not. I decided to humor her with that last comment. I don't really care how old everyone is. Yes, I do. But if Natsuki is feeling proud, then I won't take that away from her. Who should I show my poem to next? Alright, who's... Wow, nobody likes Monica, damn.
Miss Izzy did.
Yeah, Miss Izzy is the only one that likes Monica.
Goblin mode, here we go. Oh, sorry. Oh my goodness. This is so good, Jizzy.
Huh?
I love it. I had no idea you were such a good writer.
Garwen, you must be seriously overreacting. I'm not a good writer at all. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing.
Well, maybe that's why. Because I have no idea what I like either.
Jeez. Yuri's opinion was way more constructive than this. Are you sure you don't like it just because I wrote it?
Eh? Well, I'm sure that's part of it. I think I understand you better than a lot of other people, you know. So when I read your poem, it's not just a poem. It's Jizzy poem. That makes it feel extra special.
I bet it does.
The Jizzy special.
Extra sticky too. Like I can
Oh.
feel your feelings in it. And probably taste
Sayori hugs the cheat against her chest. You're so weird, Garwen.
It's sticky. I'm really happy just that you wrote one. It just reminds me of how you're really a part of the club now.
Not to mention the fact that I'm standing in front of you in the club room. Well, of course. I'm not really into it yet, but it doesn't mean I'll break my promise.
See? It's like I said before, Jizzy. Deep down, you're not selfish at all, you know? Trying new things like this is for other people. That's something that only really good people do.
Thanks, Garwen. I'm not sure if Garwen sees the full picture of my motive here. And again, I can't deny that she's part of the reason I joined. Knowing how much this means to her and all.
Yeah? And I'm gonna make sure you have lots of fun here, okay? That'll be my way of thanking you.
Alright, I'm gonna hold you to that then.
Yay! Now you'll read my poem too, right? Don't worry, I'm really bad at this.
We'll see about that.
Alright, wait for the pixelate, there we go. Dear sunshine, the way you glow through my blinds in the morning, it makes me feel like you missed me. Kissing my forehead to help me out of bed, making me rub the sleepy from my eyes. Are you asking me to come out and play? Are you trusting me to whisk away a rainy day? I look above, the sky is blue. It's a secret, but I trust you too. If it wasn't for you, I could sleep forever, but I'm not mad. I want breakfast. Nice on board.
Already. This is just a guess, but did you wait until this morning to write this?
No! Just a little bit.
You can't answer just a little bit to a yes or no question.
I forgot to do it last night.
Well, at least that makes me feel a little bit better about myself.
Don't be mean. I still tried my best.
Yeah. I didn't mean to say that it was a bad poem. It came out nice, or how should I put that? It sounds just like you.
Really? Really?
Yeah. Especially that last line.
I made eggs and toast.
Even though you were late to school?
It's bad to skip breakfast. I get all cranky.
Well, I guess there's no point in arguing. Anyway, thanks for showing me.
This was so much fun. Monica's the best.
Yeah.
But next time I won't forget. And I'm gonna write the best poem ever.
Well, I guess I look forward to it. Who should I show my poem to next? Alright, Guardian, get ready.
Hi, Jizzy. Having a good time so far?
Yeah.
Good. Glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do better, I'm always listening. Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay?
Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Of course I'll be afraid to bring things up. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in.
Anyway, want to share your poem with me?
It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to. What is that poem?
Don't worry, Jizzy.
I'm gonna frame that and put it above my bed. It's like mental note for myself.
We're all embarrassed today, you know? But it's that sort of barrier that we all learn to get past.
Yeah, that's true. I hand Monica my poem.
I like this one. It makes me think of something Sayori would like.
Is that so?
You and Sayori are really good friends, right? I wouldn't be surprised if you had those sort of things in common.
Well, we may be good friends, but Sayori and I are actually really different.
Well, that may be the case. but maybe there are also some similarities that you wouldn't expect. The way she talks about you, it sounds like the two of you really care about each other's well-being. Even if you show in different ways, it ends up being more similar than you think. So I think that's kind of the vibe I get when reading your poem.
Are you sure you're not reading into it too much?
I could be. Oh my gosh, I sound like Yuri. But in any case, Sayori's writing has kind of a gentle feel to it. I can tell that she likes exploring with emotions, like happiness and sadness. Who knew that someone so happy would enjoy sad things too?
Yeah, that's totally unexpected.
Well, to each their own. And you shouldn't be afraid to experiment a little bit either.
I'm sure I'll end up trying different things a lot. It could take a while before I feel comfortable doing this.
That's okay. Love to see you try new things. That's the best way to find the kind of style that suits you. Everyone else might be a little bit biased towards their own kinds of styles. But I'll always help you find what suits you the most. So don't force yourself to write the way everyone else wants you to write. It's not like you have to worry about impressing them or anything. Anyway, do you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not very good.
You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to not be very good.
Well, that's because I have to sound confident. That doesn't mean I always feel that way, you know?
I see. Well, let's read it then.
Oh my god, so long. Hole in wall.
Okay.
It couldn't have been me. See the direction that the spackle protrudes? A noisy neighbor, an angry boyfriend. I never know. I wasn't home. I peer inside for a clue. No, I can't see. I reel, blind, like a film left out in the sun. But it's too late. My retinas, already scorched with permanent copy of the meaningless image. It's just a little hole. It wasn't too bright. It was too deep, stretching forever into everything. A hole of infinite choices. I realize now that I wasn't looking in. I was looking out, and he in the artist was looking in. So, what do you think?
It's very freeform, if that's what you call it. Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback.
It's okay. Yeah, that kind of style has gotten pretty popular nowadays. That is a lot of poems have been putting emphasis on timing between words and lines. When performed out loud, it can be really powerful.
What was the inspiration behind this one? I'd love to know.
Well, I'm not sure if I know how to put it. I guess you could say that I had some kind of epiphany recently. It's been influencing my poems a bit.
An epiphany?
Yeah, something like that. Kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe after everyone is better friends with each other. Anyway,
I feel like there's gonna be like a fight in the club or something like that. People are gonna start hating each other.
Here's the manga writing tip of the day. Sometimes when you're writing a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. If you try so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something done on the paper and tidy it up later. Another way to think about it is this. If you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you'll just get a big black puddle of ink. So just move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening.
Can I go home? Phew, I guess that's everyone. I glance around the room. That was a little more stressful than I anticipated. It's as if everyone is judging me for my mediocre writing abilities. Even if they're just being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs. This is a literature club, after all. I sigh. I guess that's what I ended up getting myself into. Across the room, Sayori and Monica are happily chatting. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly. FM?
What's with this language?
Eh? Did you say something?
Oh, it's nothing.
Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand.
I guess you could say it was fancy.
Ah, thanks.
Yeah, these guys, they hate each other.
Yours is cute.
Cute? Did you completely miss the symbolism or something?
Those are just completely different
It's
styles.
clearly about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute?
I know that. I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice.
Eh? You mean you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but it really didn't come out nice at all.
Well, I do have a couple suggestions.
If I was looking for suggestions, I would have asked someone who actually liked it.
Ew.
Which people did, by the way. Sayori liked it. And Jizzy did too. So based on that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all...
Gonna get a cat fight.
Excuse me. I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. I don't expect it to change anytime soon, unless of course, I come across something particularly inspiring. Which I haven't yet.
Mmm.
And Jizzy liked my poem too, you know.
Guys, I gotta start fighting over me. I can bag you all, don't worry.
He even told me he was impressed by it.
Plenty of cock for everyone. Natsuki suddenly stands up, someone's gonna get bitch slapped.
GG lizard cock confirmed? Multiple?
I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to
No, it's falling apart. Notice how the music stopped?
Yeah.
Oh, the music's
That's
better.
not what I... You're just... quirky.
Yuri stands up as well.
Maybe you're just jealous that Jizzy appreciates my advice more than he appreciated yours.
Huh? And how do you know? No, he didn't appreciate my advice more.
They're gonna ask me, aren't they?
Yep.
Are you that full of yourself?
No. If I was full of myself, I would deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy.
It's falling apart.
Oh. Is everyone okay?
You know what? I wasn't the one whose boobs magically grew size bigger as soon as Jizzy started showing up.
Wait, boobs could do that?
Oh no.
Natsuki, from Suki.
Natsuki, that's a little...
This doesn't involve you. No, wait, hold up. Let's do that like at the count of 3, okay?
Alright.
1, 2, 3. This doesn't
This
involve
doesn't
you.
involve you.
I don't like fighting, guys.
Dying. Suddenly, both girls turned towards me. Ah! As if they just noticed I was standing there.
Jizzy? She's just trying to make me look bad.
That's not true. She started it. If she could get over herself and learn to appreciate that simple writing is more effective, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place. What's the point in making your poem all convoluted for no reasons? The meaning should jump out of the reader, not force them to have to figure it out. Help me explain that to her, Jizzy.
But wait! There's a reason we have so many deep and expressive words in our language. It's the only way to convey complex feelings and meanings the most effectively. Avoiding them is not only unnecessarily limiting yourself, it's also a waste. You understand that, right, Jizzy? Well?
How did I get dragged into this in the first place? It's not like I know anything about writing. But whomever I agree with, they'll probably think more highly of me. Choice time? Oh god. So of course that's going to be Natsuki, Yuri, or help me Sayori. I'm gonna go from the heart, I'm not gonna do a poll.
You know you want to, Daddy.
I mean, bigger breasts aside, I feel like
Also,
I agree mostly with
Natsuki
Yuri.
just hinted that Yuri was patting her breasts.
Oh, so they're not actually that big.
They're not that big, but they're still bigger than Natsuki's.
Compared to the fucking washing board or cutting board we got over there, yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just like, just boobs aside, I agree with Yuri's points. I mean, I didn't like Natsuki's poetry. I kind of liked Yuri's one, so.
You know, that's a fair point.
I'm sorry, FM, but I'm going for Casta.
Oh, fuck.
I can respect that.
mind.
Natsuki, you're right that I liked your poem.
See?
Wait. That's not an excuse for you to be so mean. You shouldn't pick a fight just because someone's opinion is different.
That's not what happened at all. Yuri wouldn't even take my poem seriously.
I understand. Yuri?
Eh?
You're a seriously talented writer. It's no secret that I was impressed.
Well, that's...
But here's the thing. No matter how simple or refined someone's writing style is, they're still putting feelings into it, and it becomes something really personal. That's why Natsuki felt threatened when you said her poem was cute.
I see.
Izzy solving problems. Look at that.
I didn't notice that I'm sorry.
We're all good.
Uh,
But Natsuki, you take it way too far. Yuri means well, and if you just told her how you felt, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place.
Are you kidding? That's exactly what I did. It was her that...
Natsuki, I think that's enough. You both said some things that you didn't mean. Yuri apologized. Don't you think you should too?
Natsuki clenches her fists. In the end, nobody has taken her side. Oh no, watch her like kill herself or something stupid like that. No, I kind of feel bad now. Maybe I should have picked any sides. She's trapped, at this point being defiant only because she can't handle the pressure. I end up even feeling bad for her, yeah, I do. That's some bad shit gonna happen.
Sometimes when I'm hurt, it helps to take a walk and clear my head.
Sayori, she doesn't need to.
You know what? I'm going to do that. It'll spare me from having to look at your faces right now.
Without warning, Natsuki snatches her own poem up from the desk and storms out. On her way out, she crumples up the poem with her hands and throws it in the trash. No! Why did we do this?
Natsuki.
She really didn't need to do that.
I look across the room. Yuri has her chin buried in her hands while she stares down at her desk. I gingerly approach her and sit in an adjacent chair. Everything alright?
I'm so embarrassed. I can't believe I acted like that. You probably hate me now.
No, Yuri. How could anyone not have gotten frustrated after being treated like that? You handled it as well as anyone could. I don't think any less of you.
Well, alright, I believe you. Thanks, GC. You're too kind.
I already regret calling myself
I'm
Jizzy.
thankful to have you a part of this club now.
I'm thankful you called yourself Jizzy.
It's nothing.
One more thing. That one thing that FMsuki said
It's all about the breasts, boys.
about, you know. I would never do anything so shameful.
Prove it! Sorry.
So,
What thing did Natsuki say?
well, never mind that.
Alright, this Santa hat is getting very loud. Not very loud, very warm. Ah, that's a relief.
I'm going to go make some tea.
Ah, good idea. Make enough for more than one person, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, everyone. It's just about time for us to leave.
And polonium tea.
How did you all feel about sharing poems?
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, we only got one person more depressed than she was before.
Well, I'd say it was worth it.
That wasn't worth it at all.
It was
Wait, what?
alright. Well, mostly.
Weren't you gone?
It's been a few hours.
Oh.
Jizzy, how about you?
Maybe not.
Yeah, I'd say the same. It was a neat thing to talk about with everyone.
Awesome. In that case, we'll do the same thing tomorrow. Oh no.
I right-clicked by accident.
And maybe you learned something from your friends too.
I learned many things.
So your poems will turn out even better.
I think to myself. I did learn a little bit more about the kinds of poems everyone likes. With any luck, that means I can at least do a better job impressing those I want to impress. I nod to myself with newfound determination.
Jizzy! Ready to walk home?
Sure, let's go. Garwen beams at me. It truly has been a while since Garwen and I have spent this much time together. I can't really say I'm not enjoying it either. Garwen, about what happened earlier.
Eh? What do you mean?
You know, between Yuri and Natsuki. Does that kind of thing happen often?
No, no, no! That's really the first time I've seen them fight like that. I promise, they're both wonderful people. You don't hate them, do you?
No, I don't hate them. I just wanted your opinion, that's all. I can see why they'd make good friends with you.
Phew. You know, Jizzy, it's nice that I get to spend time with you in the club. But I think seeing you get along with everyone is what makes me the happiest. And I think everyone really likes you too.
That's...
Every day is going to be so much fun.
Every day? Whew. It looks like Sayori still hasn't caught on to the kind of situation I'm in. Sure, being friends with everyone is nice, but does it really need to stop there? Well, just have to see what the future holds, Garwen. I pet Garwen on the shoulder.
Ah.
I said that more to myself than to her, but it's easy to use Garwen as an internal monologue sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do this. I have to write poetry again. Oh, here we go.
Nightgown. Oh,
I think we go.
Sounds cool.
Alright, nightgown. Oh no, the lame one.
yeah.
Suicide.
Let's go.
Suicide
You're
alone.
talking my language.
Suicide together.
Yay!
And how do we do suicide?
With my
Exploding.
treasure.
What?
Explode.
With
Use
your
all of it.
treasure, maybe? Treasure?
No, we're gonna explode.
Oh, okay.
Hell yeah.
This
With
is
ISIS
Suicide
style.
bomb, let's go.
Let's go.
Ooh.
And a sticky
Yeah,
explosion.
there we go.
Bouncy, yeah. Why do you like bouncy? You ain't got nothing bouncy, lad.
I mean, to be fair, we haven't seen her ass
Hopeless.
yet.
Hopeless.
Yes!
Doki Doki. I have no idea what Doki Doki is, but I'm taking it.
Is it like heartbeats or some
Yeah,
shit?
sound hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is it? Heart pizza?
Sounds like a heartbeat sound.
Everyone likes
It's used,
Oh.
it's used in a lot of the romance visual novels. Basically a title of a lot of them.
Jesus, someone's eating their microphone. Oh, Costa, can you
Someone's inflating a balloon, to be honest.
Stop doing it.
inserting their microphone in their anus? Sounds like.
Alright.
Precious, my precious. Bubbles. Nah, I need to get Yuri. So poof. Oh no! Why do I always pick a
Let's go.
pop?
Go massacre.
No.
Let's fucking go.
Misfortune!
Inferno.
The emo girl, the sad
Grief.
better.
Why does Garwen like grief? I still don't know what this word means.
It was
Yeah, I don't either.
Anxiety.
complicated words and emo words.
Disowned.
Disowned, yay.
I got an achievement.
Just
Doki
me.
Doki Poetry Slam.
Ah, yeah.
Spend enough time during the poem minigame for the music to loop.
What the fuck?
My first achievement. Tenacious.
Tenacious.
Graveyard.
Tenacious.
Sadness.
Tenacious. Vivacious.
Sadness.
Another day passes and it's time for the club meeting already. I've gotten a little more comfortable here over the past couple days.
I wonder.
Entering the club room, the usual scene greets me.
Hi, Jissy.
Garwen.
Hi, Jissy.
Yo, Sayori. Why am I... Looks like you're in a good mood today.
I'm just still not used to you being in the club, that's all.
I see. That's a pretty simple thing to get you in a good mood. But I guess it's always the simple things with you, eh? Simpleton.
Speaking of which, I'm kinda hungry. Will you come with me to buy a snack?
Sure. Oh, no thanks.
Eh? That's not like you at all.
I have my reasons. Why don't we take a look at your purse, Sayori? What?
What?
Eh? Why that, all of a sudden?
No reason, really. I just wanted to look at it. Sayori nervously retrieves her coin purse. She fumbles with the latch and gets it open. Then she turns it upside down and lets its contents spill onto the desk. Only 2 small coins fall out. I knew it! I can see right through you, Sayori!
That's not fair.
Sayori's economy is like the Goblin campaign.
How did you even know?
It's simple. If you had enough money in the first place, you wouldn't have bought a snack. Oh, you would have bought a snack before coming to the club room. So either you're not hungry and want an excuse to take a walk, or you plan to conveniently forget that you spent all your money so that I would lend you some. But there's one more thing. You're always hungry. And so that only leaves the one option.
Ah, I give up. Don't make me feel guilty.
If you feel guilty, that means you deserve to feel guilty. The fuck did I turn into? Yeah, you love it, I bet you do. Yuri suddenly giggles. Eh? I didn't notice that she was listening in. Her face is in her book, as always.
I wasn't listening or anything. It was just something in my book.
Yuri, tell Jissy to let me borrow some money.
That's... Don't get me involved like that, Garwen. Besides, you should only buy what you can responsibly afford.
Did her boobs get even bigger?
Boring.
She's patting her even more.
Yeah.
And frankly, after pulling a mischievous little stunt like that, your suffering is fair enough retribution. Did I just... I didn't mean that. I got too absorbed into my book. What the fuck is Siri?
I really like when you speak your mind, Yuri. It doesn't happen much, but it's a fun side of you.
There's no way you could think that.
You were right, though. I did something bad, and now I have to accept the revolution.
Retribution.
Okay. That.
Still, coming from you, Garwen, I guess there's a little devil inside all of us, isn't there?
Don't let her fool you. Sayori knows exactly. Garwen knows exactly what she's doing. After all, she told you guys she was bringing me to the club before she even told me.
But you wouldn't have come if it weren't for the cupcakes. So I had to trick. Who was Natsuki again?
Femsuki.
That's me.
So I had to trick Femsuki into making them.
Come on, give me more credit than that, Garwen. Out of nowhere, something smacks Garwen in the face and tumbles onto the desk.
Ow! Yeah! Ow. What was? A cookie?
Sure enough, it's a giant cookie wrapped in plastic. Garwen glances around.
Is this a miracle? It's because I paid my restitution.
Retribution.
Actually, that one almost worked.
I was just gonna give it to you. But then I heard you blab about the cupcakes. It was totally worth seeing your reaction, though.
Femsuki, that's so nice of you. I'm so happy.
Garwen hugs the cookie. Jeez, just eat it. Garwen rapidly tears open the wrapper and takes a big bite.
Nom. So good. Mmm.
Garwen suddenly clasps her hands over her mouth.
I bit my tongue.
You're going through a lot over one cookie.
Garwen takes a bite of her. Femsuki takes a bite of her own cookie.
Yours looks really good too, Femsuki. Can I try it?
Jeez. Beggars can't be choosers.
But yours is chocolate.
Yeah, why do you think I give you that one?
Fine. Still, I'm really happy that you shared this one with me.
Garwen gets out of her seat and goes behind Femsuki, then wraps her arms around her.
Jeez. I get it.
Cookie is still in hand. Femsuki reaches up to nudge Garwen off of her. Garwen suddenly leans down and takes a bite out of Femsuki's cookie.
Just as planned.
Hey! Did you seriously just do that?
Mouthful, Garwen trots away to safety.
Nom 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 nom.
Yuri and I laugh as well. Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha.
Jeez, you're such a kid sometimes. Look, who's
Guardianica.
Guardianica, can you tell Sayori?
Femsuki glances around. Guardianica isn't in the club room.
Where's Guardianica anyway?
Good question. Have any of you heard anything about her being late today?
Not me.
Yeah, I haven't either.
That's a bit unusual.
the art of war, work to perfect.
I hope she's okay.
Was that in character?
She just finished a cookie.
She's probably just has something to do today. She's pretty popular after all.
Eh? You don't think she has a...
I wouldn't be surprised. She's probably more desirable than all of us combined. No.
That's true.
Excuse me?
Suddenly the door swings open.
Sorry, I'm super sorry.
Ah, there you are.
I didn't mean to be late. I hope you guys weren't worried or anything.
Eh? Monica chose the club over a boyfriend after all. You're so strong-willed.
But boyfriend? What on earth are you talking about?
Guardianica quizzically glances at me. Never mind that. What held you up anyway?
Well, my last period today was study hall. To be honest, I kind of just lost track of time.
That makes no sense though. You wouldn't have heard the bell ring at least.
You must not have heard it since I was practicing piano.
Piano? I wasn't aware you played music as well, Monica.
I don't really. Kind of just started recently. I've always wanted to learn piano.
That's so cool. You should play something for us, Monica.
That's...
Guardianica looks at me.
Maybe once I get a little bit better, I will.
Yay!
That sounds cool. I'd also look forward to it.
Is that so? In that case, I won't let you down, Jizzy.
Guardianica smiles sweetly. I didn't mean any pressure or anything like that.
Don't worry. I've been practicing a whole lot recently. And I'd really love the chance to share once I'm finished, once I'm ready.
I see. In that case, best of luck.
Thanks. So I didn't miss anything, did I?
No, not really. I choose to leave out Garwen's mischievous escapade. I'm sure Natsuki will end up complaining to her anyways. It looks like everyone has already settled down. Garwen somehow already finished her entire cookie. Kazúl is back to her book, and Natsuki disappeared into the closet. I'm really curious to talk to Kazúl a little bit more. But at the same time, I would feel bad for distracting her from reading. I catch a glimpse of the cover of her book. It looks like the same book that she lent to me. More than that, she seems to be on the first few pages.
I'll be up in a little while.
Crap. I think she noticed me looking at her. She sneaks another glance at me and her eyes meet for a split second. But that only makes her hide her face deeper in her book.
Bathroom break.
Sorry. I was just spacing out. I mutter this, sensing I made her uncomfortable.
Oh. If I was focused, then I probably wouldn't have noticed in the first place. But I'm just rereading a bit of this, so...
That's the book that you gave me, right?
Mm-hmm. I wanted to reread some of it.
BRB.
Not for any particular reason.
Curious, how come you have 2 copies of the same book?
Well, when I stopped at the bookstore yesterday... that's not what I meant. I mean... I just happened to buy 2 of them.
Oh, I see. There's something fairly obvious here that Kazúl isn't telling me, but I decide to let it go. I'll definitely start reading it soon.
Glad to hear that. Once it starts to pick up... Well,
Sorry.
Wait, scroll upwards on the mouse wheel. No?
It's not doing anything.
Click on history then. There we go. Once it starts to pick up, you might have a hard time putting it down.
This man knows what he's doing.
It's a very engaging and relatable story.
Is that so? What's it about anyway?
Well...
Kazúl closes the book and scans her eyes over the back. The book is titled Portrait of Markov. There's an ominous-looking eye symbol on the front cover. The Eye of Sauron.
Alright. I just wanted to make sure I don't accidentally give anything away. Basically, it's about this girl in high school who moves with her long-lost younger sister. But as soon as she does so, her life gets really strange. She gets targeted by these people who escaped from a human experiment prison. And while her life is in danger, she needs to desperately choose who to trust. No matter what she does, she ends up destroying most of her relationships and her life starts to fall apart.
I feel like that's like what's gonna happen here. Whatever. That's kind of dark, isn't it? Kazúl made it sound like it was going to be a nice story, so that dark turn came from nowhere.
Uh-huh.
Kazúl gently giggles, all of a sudden.
Are you not a fan of that sort of thing, Cheesy?
No, it's not that. I mean, I can definitely enjoy those kind of stories. Yeah, don't worry.
I hope so.
Yeah, I totally forgot that Kazúl is into those things. She's so shy and reclusive on the outside, but her mind seems to be completely different.
It's just that those kinds of stories, they challenge you to look at life from a strange new perspective. When horrible things happen, not just because someone wants to be evil, but because they have their own goals or their own philosophy that they believe in.
Yuri feels like a Mordor player.
Then suddenly, when you thought you related to the protagonist, they're made out to be the naive one for letting their one-sided morals interfere with the villain's plans. I'm rambling, aren't I? Not again. I'm sorry.
Hey, don't apologize. I haven't lost interest or anything.
Well, I guess it's alright then. But I feel like I should let you know that I have this problem.
Oh no, she's gonna have a dick. Oh, good.
When I let things like books and writing fill my thoughts, I kind of forget to pay attention to other people. So I'm sorry if I end up saying something strange. And please stop me if I start talking too much.
I really don't think you need to worry. That just means you're passionate about reading. The least I can do is listen. It's a literature club after all.
Ah. That's true.
In fact, I might as well get started reading it, right?
You don't have to.
Haha, what are you saying? Just moments ago, you said you were looking forward to it. Let me just get the book. I quickly retrieved the book that I'd put into my bag. Alright, it's fine if I sit here, right? I slip into the seat next to Yuri's. Boy, you're fucking going for it.
The mic isn't picking it up, I was saying it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you sure? You seem a little, apprehensive.
I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want you to. It's just something I'm not very used to. That is, reading in company with someone.
I see. Well, just tell me if I end up distracting you or anything.
Alright.
I open the book and start the prologue. I soon understand what Kazúl means about reading in company. It's as if I can feel her presence over my shoulder as I read. It's not a particularly bad thing. Maybe a little distracting, but the feeling is somewhat comforting. Kazúl is in the corner of my eye. I realize that she's not actually looking at her own book. I glance over. It looks like she's reading from my book instead.
Sorry. I was just...
Kazúl, you really apologize a lot, don't you?
I do? I don't really mean to. Sorry. I mean...
Here, this should work, right? I slide my desk until it's up against Kazúl's. Jeez, this guy's got game. Then hold my book more between the two of them.
I suppose so.
Kazúl timidly closes her own copy. Once we each lean it a little bit, our shoulders are almost touching. Feels like my left arm is in the way, so instead I use my right hand to hold the book open. I guess that makes it kind of difficult to turn the page.
Here.
Kazúl takes her left arm and holds the left side of the book between her thumb and forefinger. I do the same with my right arm on the right side of the book. That way I turn a page and Yuri slides it under her thumb after it flips to her side. But in holding it like this, we're huddled even closer together than before. I'm gonna bodecast the guys. It's actually kind of distracting me.
Yo.
It's as if I can feel the warmth of Kasturi's face, and she's in the corner of my vision.
Are you ready?
I sure am.
I'm getting cucked by Cast.
Sorry. I think I got a bit distracted for a second. I glance over at Kasturi's face again, and her eyes meet. I don't know how I'll be able to keep up with her.
Ah, that's okay. You're not as used to reading, right? I don't mind being patient if it takes you a bit longer.
I'm down, mate.
It's probably the least I can do. Since you've been so patient with me.
Yeah. Thanks. We continue reading. Kasturi no longer asks me if I'm ready to turn the page. Instead, I just assume that she finishes the page before me, so I turn it by my own volition. We continue the first chapter in silence. Even so, turning each page almost feels like an intimate exchange. My thumb gently letting go of the page, letting it flutter over to her side as she catches it under her own thumb. Hey, Kasturi. This might be a silly thought, but the main character kind of reminds me of you a little bit.
You think so? How does she?
She's a psychopath. Well, I guess she's more blunt in a lot of ways, but she also second guesses all of the things that she says and does. Like, she's afraid she'll do something wrong. It's not like I can see into your head or anything, but they're kind of reminiscent of some of your mannerisms.
I see.
Kasturi remains silent for a moment.
But Jissy,
I can't.
that's probably a terrible thing to have in common with her. Oh, that's so embarrassing that you think that.
Wait, I didn't mean it in a bad way or anything. Sorry, I really didn't know you were self-conscious about that sort of thing. I guess I more meant that it's kind of cute.
What are you saying all of a sudden?
No.
Okay, everyone. I think it's about time we share today's poems with each other. We might not have enough time if we wait too long.
Kasturi exhales, spared from finishing her thoughts.
Is that all right, Yuri? You look kind of down. I'm sorry if you have been looking forward to this.
It's not. It's fine.
Kasturi releases her hand from the book, causing it to close on top of my thumb. No. Alright. I guess I'll do some more reading tonight. Or would you prefer I only read it with you?
I guess I don't have too much of a preference either way.
You do, you ho. In that case, I'll read it a little more tonight.
Actually, Izzy, she only has eyes for you, so she's more a slut than a hoe.
Fair points. I didn't know the D&D distinction between a slut and a hoe, so thank you for clarifying. It'll be more fun to read with you after it picks up a bit, you know.
That's good reasoning. In that case, feel free to finish the first 2 chapters in your own time.
Alright. I stand up. I make a mental note of where I left off in the book, then slip it back into my bag.
Start with me, please.
Come on, Daddy.
Kurensohn.
Oh.
Does it matter who I pick first?
Any choice you really get somewhat matters some more than others.
Alright, I guess.
I'll take that. As long as it's not going bad. I'm happy that you're applying yourself.
Oh, I'm definitely applying myself, mate.
Maybe soon you'll come up with a masterpiece.
I wouldn't count on that.
You never know. Want to share what you wrote for today?
Sure, here you go. I give my poem to Guardian Ika.
All right. Great job, Jizzy. I was going ooh in my head while reading it.
Is that an ooh or an ooh?
Maybe an
Ooh.
oh.
Oh.
Oh goodness. It's really metaphorical. I'm not sure why, but I didn't expect you to go for something so deep. I guess I underestimated you.
It's easiest for me to keep everyone's expectations low. That way, it always counts when I put in some effort. What is that
That's not
move?
very fair.
It's like...
She like leans forward with her arms behind her back.
Yeah, she's like turns her body slightly to the side, then leans
It's not
forward and puts her
natural.
hand behind her.
Her hands are like in between her
Back.
butt cheeks or something. Oh no.
I feel like Jizzy's gonna have a four-way. Well, I guess it worked anyway.
A 5-way, right?
5-way.
Best way.
You know that Yuri likes this kind of writing, right? Writing that's full of imagery and symbolism.
I was counting on it.
Unlike Sayori, who likes simple and direct words to describe happiness and sadness. Yuri likes it when readers are left to derive their own meaning out of it. Very challenging to write like that effectively. Both allowing people to get something out of it just by feel, or letting them deeply analyze all of the nuances. It takes years of practice, which I'm assuming Yuri has at this point. I never really asked though.
I'm sure I'm nowhere near her level yet.
Don't worry. Don't worry so much about that. You do your own thing. Just keep exploring and learn by trying new things. But anyway, you want to read my poem now? I like the way this one turned out, so I hope you do too.
All right, let's take a look.
Save me. The colors, they won't stop. Bright, beautiful colors. Flashing, expanding, piercing. Red, green, blue, an endless cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise, it won't stop. Violent, grating
Waveforms.
Squeaking, screeching, piercing, shine. What the heck is that?
Sine, cosine, tangent.
It's algebra. No, wait, but it's trigonometry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Like playing a chalkboard on a turntable. Like playing vinyl on a pizza crust. An endless poem of meaningless. Load me.
Well, definitely will. Hey.
Yo, what over?
Let's load it up, baby.
It's even more abstract than your last one, huh?
I guess it's just the way I write. Got that right. I'm sorry if you don't like it.
You better be.
No, I never said that. It's just the kind of thing I've never really seen before, I guess.
I kind of like playing with my space on the paper. Apparently, that's not the only thing I like to play with.
Hey.
Considering where and how to space your words and can totally change the mood of the poem. It's almost like magic. The way I wrote the lines, really short, make it feel like they're trying to speak over the noise.
I see. It's still hard for me to tell what it's about, though.
Sometimes asking what a poem is about isn't the right question. A poem can be as abstract as physical expression of a feeling, or a conversation with the reader. So put it that way, not every poem is about something. Anyways, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself facing a difficult decision.
feel like these tips are always like a vision, kind of like of what's gonna happen.
When that happens, don't forget to save your game.
She's right.
Yeah, she's effectively just bringing the fourth wall.
She is, yeah.
Or
Oh,
when
sorry.
something unexpected may happen.
I never know when you might change your mind, yeah.
Okay. Wait, is this the tip even about writing? What am I even talking about? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening.
Thanks to my tech talk.
Yuri!
Oh, god damn it.
Let's see what you've written for today.
Yuri stares at the poem with a surprised expression on her face. Do you like it?
Jesse, how did you pick up on this so quickly? Just yesterday I was telling you the kind of techniques worth practicing.
Maybe that's why. You did a good job explaining. I really wanted to try giving it more imagery. Kasturi visibly swallows. Even her hands appear sweaty.
I'm not used to this.
Used to what?
I don't know.
It's fine. Take your time. Kasturi breathes and collects her thoughts. I know that Kasturi likes to think before she speaks, so I offered that patience to her.
Yeah. Just being appreciated like this, I guess. It probably sounds really stupid. But seeing someone motivated by my writing,
Yuri is the best girl, isn't she? Like, by far.
it just makes me really happy.
Are you saying you've never shared your writing before? Kasturi nods. Really? I don't believe it.
I really only write for myself. And besides, people would just laugh at me.
Do you really think that? Again, Kasturi nods. Huh. Even your close friends? Kasturi doesn't respond to that. I wonder why. I wonder how. Anyway, do you want to share the poem you wrote today?
Yeah. I do. If it's with you.
Oh,
Shit,
God.
big sleep again. I can't read. Fucking.
Are you good, or should I read it?
Wait, hold on. It's the raccoon?
Yeah.
Okay, the raccoon. It happened in the dead of night while I was slicing bread for a guilty snack. My attention was caught by the scattering of a raccoon outside my window. That was, I believe, the first time I'd noticed my strange tendencies as an ordinary human. I gave the raccoon a piece of bread, my subconscious well aware of the consequences. Well aware that the raccoon that is fed will always come back for more. The enticing beauty of my cutting knife was the symptom? Symptom, yeah.
Yep.
The bread, my hungry curiosity. The raccoon, an urge. The moon increments its phase and reflects that much more light off of my cutting knife. The very same light that glistens in the eyes of my raccoon friend. I slice the bread, fresh and soft. Raccoon becomes excited. Or perhaps I'm merely projecting my emotions onto the newly satisfied animal. The raccoon has taken to following me. You could say that we've gotten quite used to each other. The raccoon becomes hungry more and more frequently, so my bread is always handy. Every time I brandish my cutting knife, the raccoon shows me its excitement. A rush of blood. Classic Pavlovian conditioning. I slice the bread, and I feed myself again.
Wait, is she like cutting herself?
Is she the raccoon?
Am I the raccoon?
I was a little more daring with this one than yesterday's.
I can see that. It's a lot more metaphorical. I don't know if it's my fault, but I can't begin to imagine what this poem is about.
That's right. It's a bit closer to my preferred writing style.
Fucking raccoons!
Using the poem as a canvas to express vivid imagery and conveying emotions through them.
Yeah, if I take it at face value, then I can't even figure out what it's supposed to mean.
Well, I think it's something that different people can relate to in their own way. I wanted to express the way it feels for me to indulge in my more unusual hobbies.
Yeah, she definitely cuts herself.
It's those sorts of things I'm usually forced to keep to myself. So I sometimes enjoy writing about them.
Why do you keep them to yourself?
Because They're embarrassing. And people would make fun of me. Don't you have anything like that, Jesse?
Well, yeah, I guess I do.
I feel like everyone has a little something like that. The best we can do is respect each other and our individualities. Even if it's difficult sometimes, and some things make us uncomfortable. After all, if I hadn't learned to embrace my own weirdness, I would probably hate myself. I might be ranting a little bit now. But I'm glad that you're a good listener.
Who should I show my poem to next? I just stood like blind. I'm just scrambling my mouse, and we land on... It's closest to Sayori.
Hold on, gotta leave the call and come back in. My Discord seems to have crashed.
Okay.
Marcel, your time
Yes,
to shine.
my turn.
That's a muzzle, yeah.
I'll take over. Ooh. I like this one, Jim.
Sorry about this, everybody. Technical difficulties. You'll miss a bit of poem reading. We'll come right back.
Garwen, you back?
I'm back.
Okay. Mazel took over duties for you real quick. Mazel is our stand-in VA.
How bad did it suck?
Maybe we can have Mazel read all the poems for now until like he can take someone's place or something.
Ooh, that could be nice. Sometimes you know me a little too well for my own good.
Well, don't just try to be nice about it. If I'm doing a bad job, then I'd rather just hear it.
No. I still like this one, I promise. You know I wouldn't lie to you, Jizzy. Never, ever.
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't
What made yesterday's
your money.
poem? What made yesterday's poem so great compared to this one, then?
Well, I'm not really good at figuring out if poems are good or bad. But that's why I just go by my heart. If it makes me feel things, then it must be a good poem.
I'm not sure that's exactly how it works. Then again, I guess conveying feelings is a pretty important part of this whole thing. Yeah, maybe. Honestly, I don't even know what kind of writing you like in the first place.
Yeah. Me neither.
Ugh. Why don't you at least try giving it some thoughts?
Aw, you want to write something for me? That's so sweet.
Yeah, right. But you're always thinking about other people. You need to think about yourself once in a while. If you don't, you might end up getting hurt at some point.
Eh? Well, I don't really know what you mean, but I'll try to keep it in mind.
Well, whatever.
Anyway, let's see. I guess I like happy poems? Wait, sometimes I like sad poems too. Sometimes a little bit of both. There's a word for that, right? What's the word I'm looking for? Bittersweet. Yay! I like things that are happy and things that are sad.
Happy and sad? I can't see you liking something sad, Garwini.
Well, I like happy the most. But sometimes when you have a little rain cloud in your head, a sad poem can help give the rain cloud a little hug. It makes a nice happy rainbow.
Garwini, that's unexpectedly poetic.
Eh, it is? Maybe I'm getting better at expressing my feelings after all. Thanks, Jizzy. I should go write that down then. You can read my poem now, okay?
Alright, Mazel.
Right, it's pixelated. No, there we go. Bottles. I pop off my scalp like the lid of a cookie jar. It's the secret place where I keep all my dreams. Little balls of sunshine, all rubbing together like a bundle of kittens. I reach inside with my thumb and forefinger and pluck one out. It's warm and tingly, but there's no time to waste. I put it in a bottle to keep it safe. And I put the bottle on the shelf with all of the other bottles. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts in bottles, all in a row. My collection makes me lots of friends. Each bottle a starlight to make amends. Sometimes my friend feels a certain way. Down comes a bottle to save the day. Night after night, more dreams. Friend after friend, more bottles. Deeper and deeper my fingers go, like exploring a dark cave, discovering the secrets hiding in the nooks and crannies. Digging and digging, scraping and scraping. I blow dust off my bottle caps. Doesn't feel like time elapsed. My empty shelf could use some more. My friends look through my locked front door. Finally, all done. I open up and in come my friends. In they come in such a hurry. Do they want my bottles that much? I frantically pull them from the shelf, one after the other, holding them out to each and every friend, each and every bottle. But every time I let one go, it shatters against the tile between my feet. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts in shards all over the floor. They were supposed to be for my friends who aren't smiling. They're all shouting, pleading, something. But all I hear is echo, 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 echo inside my head.
Fuck. Holy crap.
He's an alcoholic.
Garwen, did you really write this?
Of course I did. Didn't I tell you yesterday I was gonna write the best poem ever?
Yeah, but... I mean, I didn't expect something like this coming from you.
Monica taught me a whole lot. And I've been really in touch with my feelings recently.
I see that. It's always kind of creepy.
Creepy?
Well, not exactly. Maybe because I'm so used to being cheerful. Well, never mind. I'm thinking too hard about it. The point is, it came out good, so you should be proud of it.
Ah, thanks. I feel like I was meant to express myself this way. It even helps me understand my own feelings a little bit better. Writing is like magic.
You've gotten pretty passionate about this, huh? I hope you keep it up.
Yeah! Writing's the best. I'm gonna keep writing until I die.
Don't get ahead of yourself. Garwen has always had a habit of getting obsessed with something, before dropping it no more than a week later. Oh, so she has ADD. I wonder if this is one of those times. But seeing the passion in her eyes makes it hard for me to be pessimistic. Alright, FM, you're up, boy.
Oh boy, wait, my mic is fucked. Well, it's not really any worse than your last one. But I can't really say it's any better either.
Phew.
Huh? Phew, what?
Well, anything that isn't a train wreck, I'll take as a win. And I get the feeling you're probably the most critical.
Hey, what makes you... Maybe that was a compliment. Glad to see someone recognize my experience. Well then, keep practicing and maybe you'll be good as someday.
That's, something tells me FM Suki completely missed the point.
Come to think of it, this kind of reminds me of Sayori's poem from yesterday.
You think so?
Yeah, well, I guess if you've been friends with her for so long, you might be on the same wavelength. But you never really struck me as her type.
Garwen has a type all of a sudden?
Well, I don't know, but honestly, how can Fluffy spend so much time with someone like you? It's like she's dragging you around a dead weight.
That was a little unnecessary. Think of it this way, if it weren't for me, she would probably just fly away like letting go of a balloon. You could say we each take care of each other in our own way.
Whatever it is, I don't get it.
Yeah, you're not getting anything.
Oh yeah, I guess I'm supposed to show you my poem.
Is he dodging the FBI like?
Here.
Mazel, get in here.
Amy likes spiders. You know what I heard about Amy? Amy likes spiders. Icky, wriggly, hairy, ugly spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a cute singing voice. I heard her singing my favorite love song. Every time she sang the chorus, my heart would pound to the rhythm of the words. But she likes spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. One time, I hurt my leg really bad. Amy helped me up and took me to the nurse. I tried not to let her touch me. She likes spiders, so her hands are probably gross. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a lot of friends. I always see her talking to people. She probably talks about spiders. But if her friends start to like spiders too, that's why I'm not friends with her. Doesn't matter if she has other hobbies. Doesn't matter if she keeps it private. Doesn't matter if it doesn't hurt anyone. It's gross. She's gross. The world is better off without spider lovers, and I'm gonna tell everyone.
Man, I write the shittiest poems.
I kind of like it in a way.
Not bad.
It's quite a bit longer than yesterday's.
Yesterday was way too short. I was just warming up. I hope you didn't think that was the best I could do.
No, of course not.
Anyway, the message is pretty straightforward in this poem.
This bitch don't like spiders.
I don't have to explain it. Sometimes you can explain complicated issues with such simpler analogies.
Wait, that wasn't an analogy?
What? And it helps people realize how stupid they're being.
Yeah, the analogy was effectively, she's judging Amy because she likes spiders. She shouldn't, because she's a lot, she's a lot more than just liking spiders and doesn't actually affect anything in her life.
Yeah, but spiders though.
Yeah.
Like anyone would agree that the subject of this poem is just an ignorant jerk.
Oh, there we go. Do you know people like that?
Of course. It's about how everyone thinks That doesn't matter. It can be about anything. I wrote it to be easy to relate to. Everyone has some kind of weird hobby or guilty pleasure.
I'm playing it right now.
Something that you're afraid if people find out, they make fun of you or think less of you. But that just makes people stupid.
Exactly.
Who cares what someone likes, as long as they're not hurting anyone and it makes them happy? I think people really need to learn to respect each other for liking weird.
She's a weeb.
Huh, that's funny. Kazúl wrote about something similar today.
Huh? Did you say something about Kazúl?
Yeah. She said her poem was about an unusual hobby of hers. I didn't really get it, but she said something similar to you. That people shouldn't make each other feel insecure about those things.
Really? Well, I mean, Kazúl is pretty weird, so I wouldn't doubt that she has some weird hobbies. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's not like I would judge her or anything.
Fmsuki has trouble finding words.
I guess I should try not to be mean to her. If she feels insecure about her weird behaviors and stuff. I mean, I always hate people who makes me feel insecure. And Kazúl made me feel insecure yesterday. But the way you put it, it sounds like she's learned her lesson.
Well, I would say so. Even if her writing style is really different, I'm sure she'll appreciate the message in your poem.
It's what I do best after all. I don't like writing unless there's a good message to take away from it. Like conveying emotion is important. But I want to make people think, not just feel.
I just noticed, how the fuck is that tiny little neck keeping up that massive noggin? Like,
I have
holy
no clue.
crap.
I was thinking that as well.
Yeah,
You
massive
can't see it because of the angle, but at the back of that neck, there's nothing but muscle veins.
Remember that. I'm gonna write a good one tomorrow too, so look forward to it.
Please don't be about spiders again. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right?
Oh.
I have something extra planned today, so everyone could sit at the front of the room. So.
Is it about the festival?
Well, sort
of. Why do we have to do something for the festival? It's not like we can put anything together, anything good in just a few days. Well, just end up embarrassing ourselves instead of getting any new members.
That's a concern of mine as well. I don't really do well with last-minute preparations.
Don't worry so much. We're going to keep it simple, okay? We won't need more than a few decorations. Sayori has been working on posters, and I've designed some pamphlets we can give out during the event.
Okay, that's great and all. But that doesn't tell us what we're actually going to be doing for the event.
Ah, sorry. I thought you heard about it already. We're going to be performing.
Performing?
What was it?
Guardianica.
Yeah, we're going to be having a poetry performance. Each of us are going to choose a poem to recite during the event.
I'm already cringing.
But the cool part is we're also going to let everyone else come up and recite poems too. Sayori's putting it all on the posters in case anyone wants to join. No, prepare ahead of time.
Harmony has been coloring a poster, holds it up for us to see.
Are you kidding me?
Guardianica.
Why am I expecting me to be using crayons?
You didn't already start putting those posters up, did you?
Well, I did. Do you really think that's bad of an idea?
Well, no. It's not a bad idea. But I didn't sign up for this, you know? There is no way I'm going to be performing in front of a group of people like that.
I agree with FMSuki. I could never in my life do something like that.
Imagining it, Kasturi shakes her head in fear.
Guys.
Yeah, literally, guys.
No, Sayori. I understand where they're coming from. Remember that Natsuki and Yuri have never shared their poems with anyone until just a couple days ago. It's a lot to ask for them to recite their poems out loud to a whole room full of people. I guess I kind of overlooked that. So I'm sorry. But I still think we should give it our best. We're the only ones responsible for the fate of this club. We start the event and each put on a good performance, then it will inspire others to do the same. And the more people who perform, the better. We'll be able to show everyone what literature is all about.
Yeah! It's about expressing your feelings. Being intimate with yourself.
I think Garwen knows a thing or two about that.
Yeah. Indeed. Finding new horizons. And having fun.
Oh, that's right. And it's those reasons that we are all in this club today. Don't you want to share that with others? To inspire them to find the same feelings that brought you here in the first place? What, the cupcakes? I know you do. I know we all do. And if all it takes is standing in front of a room for 2 minutes and reciting a poem, then I know you can do it.
FMSuki and Kasturi remain silent. Harmony looks worried. I guess that leaves me no choice. I agree. I don't think it's too much to ask. I think that Garwen and Guardianica have been trying really hard to get new members. The least we can do is help them out a little bit.
Well, maybe, but...
It looks like FMSuki doesn't have any arguments left.
Okay, fine. I guess I'll have to get it over with.
Alright.
Garwen.
Alright, let's go.
Phew. Thanks, Natsuki. What about you, Yuri?
Katsuri dejectedly glances around at everyone else's expectant faces.
Huh. I guess I don't really have a choice.
That's everyone. You're the best, Yuri.
This club is seriously going to be the death of me. Foreshadowing much?
Oh gosh.
Literally.
Guys, spoilers.
You'll be fine, Yuri. But anyway, let's move on to the main event. I want each of you to choose a poem of yours. We're going to practice reciting them in front of each other.
No way.
Guardianica? This is too sudden.
Well, if you can't recite your poem in front of the club, how do you expect to do it in front of strangers?
Oh no.
Don't worry. I'll start off to help everyone feel a little more comfortable.
Can I go next?
Aha, of course. Now let's see.
Guardianica flips through her notebooks to the specific poem she has in mind for herself. She then stands behind the podium.
The title of this poem is The Way They Fly. Ahem.
Guardianica begins reciting her poem. Her clear, confident voice fills the room. More than that, her inflection is pristine. She knows exactly how to apply emotion behind each line she recites, bringing the words to life. Is this something she's done before, or is she simply a natural? I glance around me. Everyone has their eyes on Guardianica. Garwen looks amazed. Kasturi has an intense expression on her face that I don't understand. Finally, Guardianica finishes the recitation. The four of us applaud. Guardianica takes a breath and smiles.
That was so good, Guardianica.
Thank you very much. I was just hoping to set a good example. Are you ready to go next, Sayori?
I'll go next.
What? You're just fired up all of a sudden.
Kasturi clutches a sheet of paper between her hands and stands up. Keeping her head down, she walks quickly over to the podium.
This poem is called...
Kasturi anxiously glances at each of us.
You can do it, Yuri. Oh,
You can do it, Yuri.
It's called After Image of a Crimson Eye.
Kasturi's voice shakes as she starts reading the poem. Just a moment ago, she practically refused to do this. Why is she suddenly putting in so much effort? As Kasturi gets past the first couple of lines, her voice changes. It's almost like what happens when Kasturi gets absorbed in her books. Her quivering words transform into the sharp syllables of a fierce and confident woman. The poem is full of twists and turns in its structure that she enunciates with perfect timing. This must be a rare glimpse into the whirling fire that Kasturi keeps concealed inside her head. Suddenly, she's finished. Everyone is stunned. Kasturi snaps back in reality and glances around her, as if she's bewildered even herself.
Snap back to reality.
It's up to me to save the situation. I'm the first to start applauding. Everyone joins me afterward, and we give Kasturi the recognition she deserves. It's not that we didn't want to applaud for her, but we were caught so off guard that we must have forgotten. As we applaud, Kasturi holds the poem to her chest and rushes back into her seat.
Oh, Yuri, that was really good. Thank you for sharing.
Looks like Kasturi is down for the count.
Okay.
Garwen.
Okay. I guess I'm next then.
Garwen hops out of her chair and cheerfully walks to the podium.
This one's called My Meadow. Ah. Sorry, I giggled.
Garwen.
It's a lot harder than I thought. How did you guys do it so easily?
Trying to think of it like you're reciting to other people. Imagine you're reciting it to yourself, like in front of a mirror or in your own head. It's your poem, so it'll come out the best that way.
I see. Okay then.
Harmony begins her poem. Somehow it feels like her soft voice is made as a perfect match. The poem isn't aimlessly cheery like Garwen is. It's serene and bittersweet. If I were to read this on paper, I probably wouldn't think much of it, but hearing it come from Garwen's voice almost gives it a whole new meaning. Maybe this is what Garwen meant when she said she likes my poems. It's like I get to reach more deeply into someone I thought I knew through and through. Garwen finishes, and we applaud.
I did it.
Good job, Garwen.
Even Gigi liked it. I guess that's a good sign.
What does that even mean?
It came out nicely, Sayori. The atmosphere of the poem fits you really nicely. But it might be that other poems wouldn't work quite as well with that kind of delivery.
Eh? I don't really understand.
In other words, I've seen poems of yours where the sort of gentle delivery wouldn't work as well. You might need a little more force behind them, depending on what you're reading.
Oh, I know what you mean. Well, I've been practicing that kind of thing. It's just embarrassing to do in front of everyone.
The next time I'm going to make you pick a poem that challenges you a little more. We don't have much time before the festival, you know.
Okay.
Now, who's next? Natsuki.
Don't make me go before Jizzy. It's not like I can compare to you guys anyway. Might as well let Jizzy lower everyone's standards a little before I do it.
You
Natsuki.
bitch. It's fine. It's fine. I might as well get it over with. But it's like I have much of a selection of what to read. I'll just have to go with what I wrote for today. I stand up and step in front of the podium. Everyone has their eyes on me, making me feel terribly awkward. I recite my poem. Since I'm not exactly confident in my own writing, it's hard to put energy into it. Despite that, once I finish, I receive applause anyway. Sorry, I'm not really as good as everyone else.
Don't worry about it so much. I think it's less about your abilities and more about your lack of confidence in your writing. That's something that will improve over time, though.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, then. That just leaves you, Natsuki.
Yeah. I'm going.
Suki begrudgingly gets out of her seat and makes her way to the podium.
The poem it's called... Why are you all looking at me?
Because you're presenting.
Anyway, the poem is called Jump.
Suki takes a breath. Once she starts reciting the poem, her sour attitude disappears a little. While she's still a little unenthused, her poem has a rhythm and rhyme to it. It's Suki's trademark style, and it works surprisingly well when spoken aloud. The words feel like they bounce up and down, as if given life to the poem. Suki finishes, and everyone applauds. She huffs back to her seat.
That wasn't so bad, was it?
For you to say. You better not make me do that again.
Well... Do you at least feel prepared enough to recite a poem in front of other people?
I mean, doing it in front of other people will be way easier. I can put on whatever face I want for the other people. But when it's just my friends, it's just embarrassing.
That's a surprise, Natsuki. I think it would be the other way around for me.
Well, that's just how it is, so...
Well, I guess in that case, you won't have to worry about... You won't have to worry too much about the festival. For the festival. That said, I want to thank everyone for coming through. It might be hard, but I hope that you all have an idea of what it's like now. Make sure you pick a poem and get enough practice before the festival, okay? I'll be making pamphlets, so let me know ahead of time what you'll be reciting.
Jeez, I should probably find some other poem to recite instead.
That's fine too. It doesn't have to be your own. I'm already pleasantly surprised that you're putting in all of this effort for the club. Look at my pose. It makes me really happy.
Yeah, no problem.
I swear, every time she does that pose and then moves to the side, it looks like she's shoving them out.
Yeah, she's like ass smacking them or something.
Yeah, like smacking them off the screen with her ass.
Like a vacuum. I know the festival's coming up, but let's try to write poems for tomorrow as well. It's been working out really nicely so far, so I'd like to continue that. As for the festival, we'll finish playing tomorrow, and then we will have the weekend to prepare. Monday's the big day.
I can't wait.
I can do this. I can do this.
Alright. I stand up. There's no way I'll be able to find the same enthusiasm as Garwen and Guardianica, but I'll do my best to get through it. If it's for the sake of the club and impressing Guardianica, then I'll have to do my best. Ready to go, Garwen?
Yep.
Look at you two, always going home together like that.
It's kind of adorable, isn't it?
Jeez, guys. Don't make such a big deal out of it.
Must be a little nice, though.
Well, how am I supposed to respond to that?
It's okay, Jizzy. You don't have to say it.
Whatever. Let's go already.
Could I say something?
Go ahead.
So, like, from what I've gathered about Yuri, she kind of reminds me of Blake from Ruby, the TV series, Ruby.
Oh, that bitch.
Well, I mean, just like from like not just the way her she's built like body wise, but also just like the types of books she likes to read.
I have no idea who you're talking about, but
also,
sure.
Izzy, a
Yes.
fun fact from Bulldog. In the scene we just left, they were lined up according to tit size.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I walk home with Garwen once more. Even though it's only been a few days, a lot of things have already changed. But today, Garwen is being a little quieter than usual on the way home. Hey, Garwen!
Sorry, I was spacing out.
Ah, no wonder.
I was thinking about something from earlier. I like how we get to... I mean...
Garwen fumbles with her words.
So, let's just say that one day Yuri asked to walk home with you.
Huh?
What would you do?
What kind of question is that? You're kind of putting me on the spot here.
How will you answer this trick question?
Walking home with Kasturi, huh? Why does the thought of that make my heart pound? I mean, given how hard it is for her to socialize, I would feel awful turning her down, so...
Isn't she so beautiful and smart?
That has nothing to do with what I just said.
You admitted it!
Jeez. There's not even any point in speculating something that's never going to happen.
Well, maybe. But I just like to think about it. It's not long before you won't need me anymore, you know?
I'll always need you, Garwood. Need you? Garwen. I can't figure out how you're seeing things in your head right now.
Sorry.
Everyone is different. Nobody in the club is a replacement for you.
If you say so.
The conversation trails off, and I'm left feeling awkward. But it was kind of her fault for trapping me with such a weird question. I can't just lie to her. But if there's something that makes her happy, I would hate to take that away from her. That's why I said there's no point in speculating. Then again, the festival is only a few days away. Who knows what will happen in that time?
Who knows indeed.
Poetry time.
Oh yeah.
Fucking time. Unrestrained. Extreme. No, anxiety.
Yeah.
Nibble.
Yeah.
A caddy.
Yeah.
I'm doing it to the beat.
Tragedy.
What's tragedy? Tragedy.
Oh yeah.
Buddy.
Yeah.
Cheeks.
What?
Explode.
Explode.
Yeah.
Misfortune.
Graveyard.
Climax.
Fickle.
Climax. She likes that. Death.
Who doesn't?
Wait, why does Garwen likes death?
Oh no.
Wait, are
Why
we
is
gonna go?
Kurt in here?
Anger? What do you like anger? They're so fucking random, these women.
I mean, sure.
It all makes
achievements.
sense in the end.
Fireflies.
I guess.
Oh yeah.
Heaven sent. That sounds fun.
Sounds like a complicated word, yeah.
Disaster.
Hopeless. Garwen, what the fuck?
yeah.
Depression. She fucking likes depression.
Massacre.
I thought I got these girls, but I don't. I don't understand women. What are women even about? Intellectual? Do these poses actually like make a difference? I guess they do. Friends. Disown.
Oh,
Oh, I didn't get a last
it's
moan.
so-
Exactly,
man.
Bulldog.
What was Bulldog saying?
Laughing here again.
I'm gonna get some water. Be right back. 2 seconds.
Cased. Hulk Hogan. Garwen. Moans. Wonderful. Stop.
Don't worry, I just walked in too.
Were you practicing piano again?
Yeah.
You must have a lot of determination, Undertale. Starting this club and now picking up piano?
Well, maybe not determination, but I guess passion.
Passion.
Remember that the club wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. I'm super happy that you're all willing to help out for the festival too.
Can't wait for the festival. It's gonna be great.
Eh. Weren't you complaining about it yesterday, Natsuki?
Well, yeah. I'm not talking about our part of the festival, but it's a whole day of school where we get to play and eat all kinds of delicious food.
You sound a bit like Garwen all of a sudden.
Garwen? Oh, no.
Gardenika.
Gardenika, do you usually have friends, Squid? Fried squid.
Friend squid. Friend squid.
That's a pretty specific thing to look forward to.
Oh, come on. Are you saying you don't like squid? You of all people?
Yeah, I didn't say I don't like it. Besides, what do you mean by you of all people?
Because it's right in your name.
What?
Monika.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Japanese
That's
lettering.
not how you say. That's not how you say my name at all. Also, that joke makes no sense in translation.
Exactly, Monica.
Huh?
Never mind. Let's just focus on our own event for now, okay?
Fine. Your reactions aren't as fun as Yuri or Sayori's anyway.
Excuse me.
Where is Garwen anyway? Oh, there you are. Garwen sitting at a desk in the corner of the room, looking down at nothing. I walk over to her. Hey, Garwen! I wave my hand in front of her face.
Eh?
You're spacing out again.
Sorry. Don't mind me. You can go talk to everyone else.
Huh? Is everything alright?
Of course. Why wouldn't it be?
It just feels like you're a little off. Sorry for assuming things.
Geez, you worry too much about me. I'm fine, see?
Garwen shows me a big smile.
Don't let me distract you from having fun with everyone.
Well, alright. If you say so. I worriedly glanced at Garwen before turning back towards everyone else. But the conversation is already dispersed, with everyone back at their usual activities. Maybe I should ask Monica if she's noticed anything about... Guardianica if she's noticed anything about Garwen recently. Since they've been preparing for the festival, they must be spending a lot of time together. I timidly approach Guardianica, who's shuffling through some papers at her desk.
Jizzy, what's up?
Hey, this might sound a little strange, but have you noticed anything up with Garwen recently?
Anything up with her? In what way do you mean?
Maybe I'm reading into it a little too much, but she seems a bit downcast today.
Oh, you think so? I can't say I've noticed anything about her.
Guardianica peers across the room at Garwen, who is idly dragging a rubber razor up and down her desk.
Maybe there is something on her mind. I'm surprised I'm not the one asking you, Jizzy. You certainly know her a lot better than I do.
Yeah, but she's never really like this. She's always talked to me about things that bothered her. But this time when I asked her, she was real dismissive. Sorry, I know it's not your problem. I just wanted to ask if you knew anything. I'll drop it now.
No. It's important to me too. I mean, I'm also friends with her. And also care about the well-being of my club members, you know? Maybe I'll try talking to her myself.
Ugh. Are you sure about that? She seemed like she wanted to be left alone.
Are you sure? Maybe she just has had a hard time.
FM? We're not at that part yet. Person of interest? What do you mean by that?
I'm saying that maybe the thing on her mind is you, Jizzy.
Me? How on earth would you come to that conclusion?
Well, I probably shouldn't say too much, but Sayori talks about you more than anything else, you know.
Eh?
She's been so much happier ever since you joined the club.
And here I am chasing other girls.
It's like
Yikes.
an extra light was turned on inside of her.
What? No way. Garwen is always like that. She's always been full of sunshine. It's not any different now than it has always been.
Seriously, I need to stop posing like that. You're so funny, Jizzy. Have you thought that maybe you've always seen her as so cheerful? Because that's just how she is when she's around you. I've said too much. I'm sorry. What do I know? Anyway. I don't mean to jump to conclusions, so you should forget about what I said. I'll try to talk to her, so try not to think about it for now.
Alright. Guardianica smiles meaningfully. I know she said to forget about it, but I already know that I won't be able to get her words out of my head. Guardianica stands up from her desk and walks across the room to where Garwen is sitting. I watch her kneel down next to Garwen and gently talk to her, but she's keeping her voice so quiet that I can't hear her from here. I sigh and sit myself down. I know Garwen told me not to worry about her and to have fun with everyone else, but that's impossible to do when she's behaving like this. Exactly how much do I care about her that I'm letting this weigh me down so much? Now it feels like I'm the one behaving out of the ordinary, but there's nothing I can do besides wait for Guardianica. Why does it feel like I'm being watched? I glance around the room. Suddenly, I notice Kazúl peering at me from over her book, but she looks away just as quickly with a flustered look on her face. I realize that she won't get anywhere like this. I've never really seen Kazúl approach anyone or start a conversation on her own accord. So I have no choice but to approach her myself. By now it's a little easier for me to do that. I stand up from my desk and sit in one next to her own.
I didn't mean to bother you or anything.
Relax, didn't even do anything.
But I could tell that you wanted to be alone with your thoughts.
Alone with my thoughts? How are you even able to tell? How are you even able to tell that I was thinking like that?
Well, it's something that I do a lot. So it wasn't hard for me to spot based on your posture and expression. And not that I was staring or anything. I didn't do anything creepy like that.
I'm starting to like Kazúl less and less, I don't know why. In any case, I guess you were right. I'm sorry if I caused you any concern.
Don't apologize. Your troubles are the only concern of those who willingly share in that concern. Of course, there are certainly those who find the most comfort in keeping to themselves. But if you would prefer to share what's on your mind...
Oh, sorry!
If you would prefer to share what's on your mind, then I would be glad to listen.
It's really not that big of a deal. I was just feeling a bit uneasy about Garwen.
Garwen?
Yeah, she seems a little off today, but when I asked her about it, she didn't want to admit it to me. So I can't help but wonder if something happened to her.
Oh? That's quite romantic.
Huh?
Sorry. I didn't mean to say something stupid.
It's not that, I just didn't want you to misunderstand. Garwen and I have just been friends for a long time, that's all.
Ah, I see. Then perhaps it is unusual for her to be so dismissive to you about her feelings.
Or maybe I'm just reading into it a little too much.
Jizzy, the world is full of meaning, often hidden deep beneath plain sight. And there are many untold mysteries behind every person, no matter how well you may know them.
Ah. So you think that there might be something behind it after all?
I think that Garwen is a very complex person. Her mannerisms on the outside don't always match what may be going on inside her head. And she may not always know what she wants. I noticed her strange behavior today too. And I also feel some concern for her. But in your case, it looked like she was fully occupying your thoughts, wasn't she?
Well, I guess that was the case.
Garwen, she really means a lot to you, doesn't she?
I guess. But you don't need to put it that way. We're just good friends, that's all. Kazúl suddenly looks deeply into my eyes. Her expression is gentle and curious, as if she was searching for something. Embarrassed, I avert my gaze.
Sometimes, a person's mysteries are untold even to themselves. And you, as someone honest and caring, may uncover feelings you weren't aware were in you.
Am I supposed to start dating Garwen now? What the fuck?
I don't
know how to feel that.
I think that she would be a very fortunate person to have you feel that way about her.
Kazúl, you're giving me too much credit. I'm a pretty simple guy. So I think I'm pretty good at understanding my own feelings. I'm not nearly as sophisticated as you.
That's not a compliment, is it?
It is what it is. Anyway, as long as we're here, why don't we do some reading?
Well, as long as you're okay with it.
Yeah. I should be taking my mind off this whole thing anyway. Why don't we go ahead and get started?
Yes, let's. Actually, I have a request. Do you mind if I make some tea first?
Not at all.
Thanks very much. If there's one thing that can make my reading time here any better, it's a nice cup of tea. Not to mention for yourself as well.
Kazúl stands up and makes her way to the closet. I follow and watch as she retrieves a small water pitcher from the shelf, the kind with a filter inside.
Can you hold this for a second?
Sure. Kazúl hands me the water pitcher and also fetches an electric kettle.
I'm going to plug this in at the teacher's desk, and then we'll go get some water.
She walks past me and sets the kettle down on the teacher's desk. I simply watch her movements. To my surprise, the way she moves really contrasts her speaking mannerisms. especially because of her long legs. Kasturi appears elegant and methodical.
Okay, may I have the water pitcher? Thanks, I'll be right back.
Ah, I might as well walk with you.
Yeah, why not? Shall we go then?
Yeah.
Where are you two off to?
Yeah?
We're just... Kasturi was going to make some tea, so... I suddenly realized how weird it sounds to explain this to Guardianica. We were just filling the water pitcher.
Ah, okay. Sorry, I was just a bit curious. That's kind of a one-person job, isn't it?
That's...
Guardianica, please mind your own business for once. Oh, Jesus. Or do you want to tell me there's something wrong with helping involve Jizzy in club activities?
Yeah.
Getting jizzy in it. My mouth gapes.
I suppose there's nothing wrong with that.
Now let's go, Jizzy.
Ah! Kasturi quickly exits the room and I follow. Oh shit, we're getting a new scene! Once in the hallway, she suddenly puts her forehead against the wall.
I spoke without thinking. How could I say something like that?
Kasturi?
I just... Something about the way she said that made me feel so irritated. What's wrong with me?
No, Kasturi. I think you did the right thing. I wasn't expecting it, but it's also not right for Guardianica to judge people like that.
Jizzy? How come even when I do something bad?
Oh, Kast, I can't take this seriously anymore.
You're being nice to me.
Because nothing that you do is as bad as you make it seem in your head. Nobody's perfect. We have emotions and we can't always hide them away. But you always amplify things in your head. Your mind turns a light rain shower into a hurricane.
No. Wouldn't you hate me for something as terrible as that?
Why would I hate you? I can't hate someone for having emotions. What kind of friend would do that?
Come on, Cass. You can pump up the melodrama too.
No, it's Roman, Cass. Do it.
Okay, wait.
Come on, I'm getting into it.
Fuck, wait. Okay, friend, you say?
The story lifts her head.
Jizzy, I really like being friends with you.
Aha! Thanks, Kasturi. I like being friends with you too. I feel kind of awkward saying something like that, but I'm doing my best to help Kasturi feel better. Anyway.
Yeah. Shall we go?
Yeah. Kasturi and I walk to the nearest water fountain. Once we fill up the water pitcher, we return to the classroom.
Jizzy, do you like oolong tea?
Never fucking heard of it, mate. Yeah. Anything is fine.
Very well.
Kasturi sets the temperature on the kettle to 200 degrees? Must be Fahrenheit.
Ooh, Izzy, you should have followed Bulldog's advice there.
Now it's time to get the teapot.
Bulldog's advice?
Oh, yeah.
Daddy. You really do this properly, don't you?
Of course. I shouldn't do any less when I'm making tea for others.
Even if I'm not an expert? No. Even if I'm not an expert on tea or anything?
Uh-huh. In that case, you'll only be even more impressed.
Ah, perhaps I will. Kasturi fetches the teapot and begins measuring the tea leaves. To my surprise, she even starts humming a little to herself. You must be in a good mood now.
Is that so? I was letting it show. And you noticed. I was doing a bit of thinking. I decided that I would try expressing myself a little bit more. Turns out it's not very hard for me to do. When it's you who's around anyway.
Ah, that's great, Kasturi. Just don't push yourself too much.
You're always worrying.
Oh,
Yeah, no. You're always worrying about me, Jesse. It's very endearing.
that's... Kasturi wasn't kidding. I don't even know if I can keep up with this. I watched Kasturi pour a cup of tea for each of us.
Jesse. Fuck, sorry. I have another request.
Okay.
Someone's dying.
Do you mind if we sit on the floor today?
Why is that?
It's a little bit easier on my back. I can read with my back against the wall rather than bending over at my desk.
Ah, sorry, I didn't realize.
No worries. I just have back pain fairly regularly, so I do my best to manage it.
I wonder why.
Is that so? I wonder why that is.
It's most likely because my
Your posture, right? Always hunched over like that while reading.
Yes. I have terrible reading posture.
Sure.
So that's why we should sit on the floor.
Fair enough. I'll go ahead and get the book. I retrieved the book from my bag.
Beautiful.
Ah, I have some chocolate as well. It's a bag of small chocolate candies that I kept hidden from Garwen's candy radar. I take
How
it
could you, Izzy?
since it'll go well with the tea. Kasturi and I then sit against the wall, teacups at our side.
This
As if in
this
sync.
entire time, it's like I kept this hidden from Garwen. See, I couldn't let her have this. Meanwhile, Garwen having depression in the background.
Yeah. I've just really ditched Garwen. As if in sync, we assume the same reading position as last time, each holding one half of the book. Except this time, our bodies are even closer to each other.
I can't see too well.
Hmm? Kasturi slides closer until our shoulders are touching. How am I supposed to focus on reading like this? Kasturi was always kind of cute, but when she's being less apprehensive, it's almost more than I can handle.
Your teacup.
Kasturi hands me my teacup. Holding it with my hand that's not holding the book, I end up in a position that makes it even harder to focus. Because now I need to worry about making sure I don't accidentally touch her chest. Meanwhile, Kasturi hasn't noticed a single thing. She wears her intense reading expression, and I can only presume the world around her has faded away. I use all of my willpower to focus on reading. After a few minutes, I finally manage to relax a little. I put the teacup between my legs and fumble with the chocolate wrapper. Ah, sorry. I briefly let go of the book to finish opening the wrapper. You can have as much as you want.
Ah, that's okay. I won't take any.
Are you sure?
Well, if I touch it, then it might get smudges on the pages.
Ah, you're right. I didn't even think about that. My bad.
No need to apologize. I'll hold the book, okay?
Are you sure?
Of course.
Kasturi opens the book with both hands. She holds it so that I don't have any harder of a time reading from it. But as a result, her left arm is practically resting on top of my leg. Well, in that case, Kasturi is already totally focused on reading again. I take a chocolate candy and pop it into my mouth. Then I take another chocolate, and I hold it up to Kasturi. She doesn't even look away from the book. She simply parts her lips as if the situation was completely natural. But that means I can't stop here. I apprehensively place the chocolate in her mouth. Just like that.
Please don't eat the mic.
Kasturi closes her lips over it.
Huh?
The chocolate's floating in her mouth, what the fuck?
Barely
Kasturi's expression suddenly breaks.
Did I just...
Kasturi looks at me like she needs to confirm what just happened.
Chizzy?
Sorry.
Fuck.
I guess I shouldn't have done that.
That's... Well... You were just helping. That's something that friends do.
Like getting friend-zoned by Costa?
Right?
I mean... Not really in this kind of context, but yeah, that's all it was.
I wouldn't friend zone
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Then-
I'm starting to regret my choices.
You don't need to stop or anything.
There's like other people in this class. It's fucking awkward. I see. The situation has gotten really tense. Kazúl tries to return to the book, but I can tell just by her expression that even she can't focus now. My heart is pounding. I nervously take another chocolate between my fingers, but this time, Kazúl's eyes meet mine.
Hmm.
How did it even come to this? Kazúl doesn't avert her gaze. I notice her chest rising and falling to the rhythm of her breaths. I raise my arm. Like before, Kazúl parts her lips. But it's different this time. I take the chocolate and place it in her mouth. I feel her hot breath on my fingers.
Okay,
Cockplug! Fuck it, God fucking damn it. What? Kazúl jolts back.
it's time to share poems.
Fuck you.
Jizzy, can you help Yuri put away the tea stuff, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
The spell
Jeez,
is
I'm
abruptly
hurt real.
broken.
I'll take care of the cups.
Yeah. Kazúl picks up the teacups from the floor. I pick up the bag of chocolates. In the end, we hastily clean it up without so much as a word between us. I get the feeling this is something neither of us will have the courage to bring up. God damn it!
Wait, hold on. Someone is recording this, right?
I am.
Okay, yeah. I
God.
wanna listen to myself like sound like a kettle later.
Wait,
Ah, yeah.
try picking me first. I want to see how.
Wait,
motherfucking-
you make kettle noises for the teapot.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it wasn't Yuri. It was just I was also voice acting the teapot.
This one's alright.
Alright.
Well, yeah. About as good as yesterday's, anyway. I see what you're going for, but it's not really my style. I mean, that's fine. I'm mostly just glad that you're trying a little bit.
Well, of course I'm at least trying. Why are you so emotionally invested in my poems anyway? Isn't that more of a compliment to me?
Eh? No, gross. It's not like I care. It's just that one of us in this club has to make sure you're not slacking off.
Really? Well, what if you ended up just scaring me away?
That's, it's not like you would actually do that.
Yeah, you're right. It's kind of fun to hang out here, even if I have to put up with you. Gah! Suki's elbow connects with my stomach.
Oh? Maybe I won't mind scaring you away after all.
I was just joking.
Oh, I know. Don't worry, I was too.
How the hell do you call that a joke? That seriously hurt. Well, maybe it was funny to her. I guess that's kind of the point. I should really just watch my mouth around Suki.
Anyway.
Oh, Mike is here.
Suki holds her poem out to me like nothing even happened. Mazel.
I'll be your beach. Your mind is so full of troubles and
You'll be my
fears
what?
that diminished your wonder over the years. But today I have a special place, a beach for us to go. A shore reaching beyond your sight, a sea that sparkles with brilliant light. The walls in your mind will melt away before the sunny glow. I'll
So we
be the
appreciate
beach
that really bad recorder in the background as well, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be the beach that washes your worries away. I'll be the beach that you daydream about each day. I'll be the beach that makes your heart leap in a way you thought had left you long ago. Let's bury your heavy thoughts in a pile of sand, bathe in sunbeams and hold my hand. Wash your insecurities in the salty sea and let me see you shine. Let's leave your memories in a footprint trail, set you free in my windy sail, and remember the reasons you're wonderful when you press your lips to mine. I'll be the beach that washes your worries away. I'll be the beach that you daydream about each day. I'll be the beach that makes your heart leap in a way you thought you had left you long ago. But if you let me by your side, your own beach, your own escape, you'll learn to love yourself again.
I'll be your beach.
Yeah.
Little beach.
I felt like I keep writing about negative things, so I wanted to write something with a nice message. For
Girl,
once.
you've been writing about like the most about spiders.
Besides, the beach is awesome. Kinda hard to write anything negative of the beach.
Sand.
Jellyfish.
So you decided to write about the beach first and then came up with the message later?
Well, it's only because of what happened yesterday. I mean, after Yuri, Kazuri and I realized we kind of wrote about the same thing. She wanted to pick a topic and have us both write about it or whatever. You can't really see her doing that too. Making us write about a simple topic, then trying to impress me by coming up with something. Well, it's not like I care. I just did it anyway. I mean, I guess mine ended up kind of metaphorical too. But there's nothing wrong with doing something with that once in a while. At the very least, it was good practice. Alright, boys.
Alright, who are we doing next, boys? Let's go cheer up Garwen a bit.
Yay. It's nice, I guess.
Come on, I can already tell you don't like it.
Well, you don't need to worry about what I think. After all, you wrote this for someone else, didn't you?
Garwen, you're getting way too fucking depressing, mate.
Foreshadowing.
Yuri.
Eh? I didn't write this for anyone specifically.
Maybe. That's not really what I meant, though. But it's okay. You're making new friends, just like I was hoping. That makes me really happy. And you're happy too, right? In this club?
Well, of course I am.
Good. That's all that matters to me. Thank you, JC. Yeah.
Garwen, is there something wrong?
Huh? No, nothing. I'm just a little tired today.
You know, I got a bag full of chocolates here. Just eat some chocolate. Alright. Just tell me if you need anything.
I will. Don't worry about me, okay? You can go play with everyone else now.
If you insist.
Yay! I'm gonna go home a little bit early today.
Garwen?
Tell Garty and Nika I wasn't feeling well, okay? I'll see you tomorrow.
I have a feeling we won't, but okay. Before I can say anything else, Garwen cheerfully walks out of the classroom, humming to herself. Well.
Oh.
Brrr. Yuri.
Jizzy, your writing has only improved in the last few days. Every poem you've shown me has been nothing short of spectacular. I can really feel the emotions. I'm a little envious even. I don't think I ever came to me this naturally.
Natsuri, that's the wrong way to put it. This never did come naturally to me. But I've been able to improve so much thanks to you. You're really the example I was chasing after. What a simp.
Is that so?
Natsuri gently smiles to herself.
This feeling. I'm so glad I got the chance to share my writing. I never thought it would feel like this.
I remember you mentioning that yesterday. I can't believe that you're so good at something, and you've never even shared it with anyone. It's kind of a shame.
Maybe, but it's not like I really had a choice.
What do you mean?
Well...
Kasturi smiles sadly. Oh, we're getting sad music. What the hell's going on?
Jizzy, during lunchtime, I ate by myself.
Oh.
What is this now? Did you know that? It's a great time to find a quiet spot and do some reading. In fact, I always have some books with me. You could say I really enjoy reading. Well, that's one way to put it anyway. But books are so full of amazing and inspiring people.
Like Aragorn.
People you want to fall in love with.
Like Aragorn.
Or people you just know would make a really good friend.
Like Aragorn.
Exactly.
Cheerful people who always put a smile on your face.
Not so much Aragorn.
Gimli.
Or
Yeah.
deep thinkers and problem solvers who discover the mysteries of life.
Like Aragorn.
So when you look at it that way, I'm surrounded by friends every day. That's it.
Oh.
The
That's beyond depressing.
You know? And those friends don't laugh at me. They don't tease me for spacing out all the time. They don't make fun of my body type.
Oh, what's your body type?
And
Posture.
they don't hate me for acting like a know-it-all.
People say that about you?
I'm not a know-it-all, GC. It's the opposite. I don't know anything. I don't know how to talk to people. I don't know how to make people see me as normal. I don't even know how to make myself happy. I have all these feelings, and all I can do with them is read and write. But it wasn't until now that I started sharing it with you that I really understood what was missing all this time.
But I haven't really done anything.
No. That's wrong. It's being patient and respectful. That's really important to me. I know I'm a difficult person, GC. I speak too slowly. I second guess myself all the time. I read too deeply into things. But every time, you've always treated me just like anyone else. It's so rare that I feel comfortable with myself when I talk to others. But that's why every time I talk to you, I just feel really happy.
I see. Well, I treat you how you deserve to be treated, Kasturi. And if other people don't see it that way, then screw them. I mean, I joined this club hoping I would make friends. And I would say I've had at least one success. Wouldn't you?
If you put it that way, yeah. We really are friends now, aren't we?
I feel like me and Gus are actually bonding over this now. Kasturi puts her head in her hands, but this time she's smiling as she does it. Do you want me to show me your poem?
Yeah. I do. Let me get it for you.
Alright, Mazel. Good luck. Beach?
Beach. A marvel millions of years in the making, where the womb of Earth chaotically meets the surface, under a clean blue sky and expanse of bliss, but beneath grey, rolling clouds and endless enigma. The easiest world to get lost in is one where everything can be found. She can only build a sand castle where the sand is wet, but where the sand is wet, the tide comes. Will it gently lick at your foundations until you give in? Or will a sudden wave send you crashing down in the blink of an eye? Either way, the outcome is the same, yet we still build sandcastles. I stand where the foam wraps around my ankles, where my toes squish into the sand. The salty air is therapeutic, the breeze is gentle yet powerful. I sink my toes into the ultimate boundary line, tempted by the foamy tendrils. Turn back and I abandon my piece to erode at the shore. Drift forward and I return to Earth forevermore.
I'm aware that the beach is kind of an inane thing to write about. But I did my best to take a metaphorical approach to it.
Yeah, FM Suki already told me about it.
She did? She didn't say anything weird, did she? She just wanted us to write about the same topic again. I suppose to better compare the differences in our writing styles, or thought processes. Anyway, it was her idea. Knowing her, it's no surprise that she'd want to do something like that. She probably just wants to show off. It's not like I have a particular interest in her writing style. I just went with her request. But, well, I suppose it's not so bad to write about something simple on occasion. It can be refreshing, you know? It's good for me to calm my thoughts once in a while.
Yeah, I think I agree. Thanks for sharing.
What an ending.
And I'm just like, okay, thanks, bye. Okay,
Cool.
thanks, bye. Guardian.
Oh. Hi, Jizzy. Have you thought about what you want to submit to perform at the festival?
Well, being in this club is one thing, but performing in front of a bunch of people, I'll have to give it some more thought.
Oh, crap. Okay, no pressure. But whatever you do, I'm sure it'll turn out great. It would also make me happy to see. Anyway, let's take a look at today's poem.
Sure. I let Guardianica take the poem I'm holding in my hands.
This one's good. Feels like you're not only getting more comfortable with your style, but the imagery is better than the last one I read. Just wondering, but have you been finding inspiration in Yuri's writing style?
I guess so. You can't deny that she's talented.
Oh, yeah, totally. I think her poems are the most romantic. That's the best way to describe it. She's like a totally different person when she picks up a pen.
I noticed that too. Or when she's talking about literature, it's like a light turns on inside her.
Sadly, it's hard to get much personal conversation out of her.
Because you keep cock-blocking me, mate.
Trust me, I've tried. Who knows what goes on in that head of hers?
I hope you don't mean that in a bad way.
No, of course not. I just mean that I wish she didn't keep so much to herself. But still, defending her like that, you must be pretty into her.
You completely misunderstood.
Calm down, I'm kidding. Besides, I'm pretty sure she's already got a boyfriend.
Wait, what? Really? Oh.
Yeah, a fictional one anyways, like Aragorn.
Guardianica kind of whispers that last part to me.
It's just a hunch, but...
Well, there's not really anything wrong with that.
Oh, well, I know. I was just saying. Anyway. I'll share my poem with you now, alright?
Alright. Basil.
The Lady Who Knows Everything. An old tale tells of a lady who wanders Earth. The lady who knows everything. A beautiful lady who has found every answer, all meaning, all purpose, and all that was ever sought. And here I am, a feather. Lost adrift the sky, victim of the currents of the wind. Day after day I search. I search with little hope, knowing legends don't exist. But when all else has failed me, when all others have turned away, the legend is all that remains. The last dim star glimmering in the twilight sky. Until one day the wind ceases to blow. I fall, and I fall and fall and fall even more. Gentle as a feather, a dry quill, expressionless. But a hand catches me between the thumb and forefinger, the hand of a beautiful lady. I look at her eyes and find no end to her gaze. The lady who knows everything knows what I am thinking. Before I can speak, she responds in a hollow voice. I have found every answer, all of which amount to nothing. There is no meaning, there is no purpose, and we seek only the impossible. I am not your legend does not exist. And with a breath, she blows me back afloat, and I pick up a gust of wind.
You know, I feel like learning and looking for answers are the sorts of things that give life meaning. Not to get too philosophical or anything, but it was kind of on my mind, so that's what I wrote about.
I see. I never really put much thought into it.
In a way, it's almost paradoxical. Because if we had all the answers, wouldn't the world start to lose its meaning?
You know, there is one thing I noticed. It seems like everyone in the club prefers writing about things that are more sad than happy.
Are you surprised? I mean, if everything was okay, we wouldn't really have anything to write about, would we? Humans are two-dimensional creatures. I think you'd know that better than anyone.
You mean one-dimensional?
Yes,
Oh.
that. Anyways,
Monica breaking the fourth wall again.
Here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Are you ever too shy to share your writing because you're afraid it's not that good? It can be really disheartening to get a lukewarm response to something you put so much into. But if you find another person who enjoys writing, then sharing becomes a lot easier. Because instead of just telling you that your writing is good, or okay, or bad, they'll want to focus more on everything that went into it and the things you can work on. It's much more encouraging that way. It'll make you want to continue improving. It's almost like having your own little literature club, don't you think? That's my advice for today. Thank you. Thanks for listening. I swear, that sounded like I was talking about infomercial. Okay, you three. We're all done sharing poems, right? Why don't we start figuring out...
Alright,
Bam.
hold on a second. Is it just me, or did you say something strange just now?
Thing did sound a bit unusual. That's right. You deviated from your usual catchphrase when addressing the club.
Catchphrase? I don't have a catchphrase.
Jeez. Why is the mood so weird today? Look, even Yuri isn't immune to it.
Stagnating air is common foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen.
In your books, maybe. Look, the only thing different is that Garwen isn't here.
Yeah.
It seems you're right.
That's you.
Sayori always helps lighten the mood a little bit, doesn't she? It's almost like everyone's balance is thrown off a little when she's not around.
Where the heck did she run off to anyway? I thought she just went to pee.
Natsuki, please show some decency.
Oh, come on.
She actually wasn't feeling too well and went home early.
So, I hope she's alright.
Seriously? Of all the times to not go home with her, you picked the
What I
time
was thinking
when
earlier.
She's not feeling well? So much for you two being all lovey-dovey.
No. First of all, stop misunderstanding my friendship with Garwen. And second, she's kind of been avoiding me today, so I didn't want to force it.
Oh?
That curious expression coming from Kasturi, of all people?
Calm down, guys. I talked to her earlier and everything is fine.
What did she say?
Anyway, we need to figure out the rest of the festival preparations, so let's decide what everyone will be doing this weekend.
I already know what I'm doing.
That's right. Natsuki will be making cupcakes. Well, we might need a lot of them in different flavors. Can you handle that all by yourself, Natsuki?
Challenge accepted.
As for myself, I'm going to be printing and assembling all the poetry pamphlets. Yuri will be helping me design them. And as for you, Yuri, you can Guys, can you help me come up with something for Yuri?
I'm useless.
No. That's not it at all. You're the most talented person here, you know? Now Natsuki's pouting too.
Geez, even I can tell now. I guess I never gave Garwen enough credit, but I can tell things are even harder on you when she's not around.
That may be the case. But if I can't also be a leader on my own, then I won't grow as a person. So, Yuri, you have beautiful handwriting, you know? So you should make some banners and decorations to help set up the atmosphere.
Atmosphere? About that, I love atmosphere. What?
Kazúl's expression suddenly changes as she stares at her desk in focus and starts nodding to herself. Your mind is already racing, I see.
That's great. You'll be a wonderful help, Yuri. But anyways, that just leaves you, Jizzy.
The one who is truly useless.
Aha, don't say that. In fact, both Natsuki and Yuri have some pretty heavy tasks to handle. It would probably go a long way to give one of them a hand. Oh god. You could also help me out as well. I'd really be really appreciative of that.
Ah, that's... Is Guardianica suggesting that I spend the weekend with one of my club members? How on earth are they going to respond to a suggestion like that?
I suppose I wouldn't mind a bit of help.
Well, even if you don't know how to bake, there's always some dirty work I could give you. It's not like Monica's gonna give me a choice, and you shouldn't be sitting on your butt anyway.
FM Suki tries to mumble a bunch of excuses like that.
If I recall, Suki, you mentioned that you would like to handle the baking on your own. Jizzy may not like to be around if you only make him out to be a nuisance. So therefore, he may be more suited to assisting with the decorations.
Hold on, I never said that. How hard could it be to make a few decorations anyway? Sounds more like you're just making an excuse for Jizzy to...
What are you saying? It will be extremely meticulous work.
And baking isn't? Just what do you think? Once you go, Guardian.
Guardian.
Oh, guys. Let's settle down for a moment. In the end, I think it's up to Jizzy to decide how he'd like to contribute. Besides, he hasn't really gotten the chance to spend any time with me yet, you know? So I'm sure he's interested in... You
literally just said!
I'm surprised as well.
Sorry. I'm just saying, though.
Jeez. Can we just settle this already?
Yeah. Jizzy, you're okay with this, right? In the end, it's up to you.
Ah, of course.
Very well.
In that case...
Everyone looks straight at me, but of course, I'm going to go with... Guys, I think I need to go with Garwen.
No, go with...
No!
Cast.
I'll give you 10,000 euros.
Go with Cast, please.
Do you really want to try and outbid me?
No, do it with me.
I feel like... Okay. Let's just take a breather for a moment. Me and Cust, I mean, we've got something going on, right? But I also don't want to ruin the literature club. So I feel like we shouldn't progress our relationship until after the festival, because we'll do the festival, it's gonna be great, we'll get plenty more members, and then it won't be so fucking awkward when, like, half of your club is fucking one another, right? So I think I need to, like, postpone the rest. I'm thinking, like, Guardianica, she's way out of my league. If I even hook up with her, she'll ditch me in, like, 5 days. So I'm thinking either Natsuki just to, like, bake some cupcakes and just be friends with her, or Garwen just to make her feel less depressed.
Okay, I'd say Natsuki.
Alright, we got one
Choose
for...
what you want.
Yeah, just do what you want. We're just giving you options.
I need to hang out with my boy Garwen, otherwise she's gonna, like... She's fucking depressed, mate.
Yeah, listen to your heart.
But then maybe I'll give her, like, a bad... Like, maybe she'll be like, oh, he's into me. Okay, maybe we'll work something out. I mean, if it's going to be anyone, then I prefer helping Garwen. I mean, we're already neighbors, and...
But Guardianica said...
He said that Sayori was helping her. Jeez.
I didn't realize it was that a problem.
Do you really hate us that much?
No!
Sorry, I didn't mean for this to be difficult.
Fuck you, Monica.
Aww.
Oh, no. Game. Right,
I'm not an
then.
option. Oh.
Second choice.
No.
Well, getting baked sounds like it could be fun. And you guys made it sound like a lot of work, so I could probably use 2 people.
Don't worry. Baking is a ton of fun. You'll definitely agree.
I get to spend some time with my boy FM.
Just a minute ago, you were saying that.
That because... Never mind, okay?
Well, anyways, you'll be fine by yourself, right, Yuri?
Of course. I'm used to it after all.
Oh.
I was gonna say, I hope there's not a third option where you have to choose again.
God, this game really knows how to hit you in the goddamn chest.
That's good.
Even though Kasturi is being melodramatic, it's a little hard not to feel bad.
So that's everything, right? Anything else we need to talk about?
No, I think that's it. Are you guys excited?
No.
Yes! Everything except the performance is gonna be awesome.
I don't think that really counts.
What about you, Jizzy?
Me? I guess you could say I'm interested to see how it'll turn out.
That's good enough for me. What about you, Yuri? Yuri?
She's still sulking.
FM Suki starts pouting too.
It's not... I mean, it's not that big of a deal or anything.
Well, it might not be just that. I think that Kasturi might just be feeling a little underappreciated in general. Having to come up with something for her to do and then nobody offering to help.
That doesn't
I'm guilty of that myself. FM Suki glances back and forth between everyone with a worried expression.
Look.
FM Suki goes over and puts her hands down on Kasturi's shoulders.
Kasturi, you really are the most talented one here. And you're going to help make the event a lot more fun and welcoming. I mean, the coupling will probably help a lot too, but you're gonna make the atmosphere special. That will be very important for the way the people feel during the performances. So, you need to stop being dumb and give yourself a little bit more credit.
FM Suki releases her hands and turns around to face the other direction.
You didn't really mean that, did you?
Not really, but...
Kasturi isn't the only one surprised. Guardianica and I are also taken aback by FM Suki's words. FM Suki, of all people, to be saying such encouraging things. But I begin to understand. FM Suki was trying to sound like Garwen. Even if it didn't work perfectly, I can tell that she tried to say something Garwen would say at a time like this, because Garwen always helps everyone smile and feel good about themselves.
I'm sorry for being dumb. I'm going to do my best. And all of us are going to make it a really great event.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope to see everyone do their best. But with that, there's nothing more for today. So I guess it's time for us to head out.
Okay, but I'm staying here a bit longer. I barely got to do any reading today, so...
Fair enough. There's nothing wrong with that.
How much longer is this game? Everyone packs up their things. I start to follow Guardianica and Kasturi out the door as they chat between each other.
Where are you going? We still need to figure out our plans for this weekend. You literally would have gotten home and realized that you didn't even have a way to contact me.
Oh yeah, give me those digits, girl. Oh, that's true. I have no idea how that slipped my mind.
Jeez, good thing I stopped you. I'm giving you my number, okay? You better not make it weird or anything.
Why would I do that?
Big.
Ah, yeah.
FM Circuit gives me your number.
Okay. I'm coming over on Sunday. I'll bring all the ingredients.
Wouldn't it be easier to come over to you? Wait, you're coming to my house? Exactly.
Well, yeah. What's wrong with that?
I mean, I just figured that since I'm the one helping, I would be going over to your house.
Yeah, right. Like I could have a guy over at my house. My dad would kill me.
Really? That's kind of strict if you ask me.
Yeah, how do you think I feel? I can't do anything when my dad is home. Anyway, I just need to complain for a second. We have each other's numbers now. That's all I need from you. I guess I'll text you when I'm coming over.
Alright, fine by me.
Yeah. I'm really gonna show you why I love baking so much. So you'd better look forward to it.
Oh? Didn't you say you were just going to give me the dirty work?
Well, I was just saying that. It's not like I could act like, in front of everyone, that I was looking forward to this.
Wait, really?
Well, kind of. Just because I never got to bake with someone else before. That's all it is, so...
Alright, I get it. Sorry for overreacting. Anyway, I'll be heading out now. See you on Sunday.
Never mind. But Sunday is F1 week.
I can't believe this. FM Suki is going to be coming to my house on Sunday? Even though I would have preferred to do this with Garwen. My anxiety still shoots through the roof. I guess I've gotten pretty used to handling her at this point. But who knows what might end up happening when we're outside of school. She even told me she was looking forward to it. I shake my head. Why do I feel nervous that Garwen finds out about this? It's not like we feel that way about each other. Besides, like Guardianica said, this is about the club. I have nothing to worry about. If I just go with it, then I'll have a good time.
Oh no.
Already Sunday. I've been getting increasingly anxious about FM Suki's upcoming visit. I keep telling myself there's no reason to be nervous, but it doesn't help much. I wonder if she'll act any different when it's just the two of us. Meanwhile, she's been texting me a lot. We send each other one after exchanging numbers to double check, but it turned into a conversation. She's almost a different personality on the phone, using tons of emoji and cute language. She also really likes complaining about things, but I kinda saw that one coming. But putting FM Suki aside, I haven't heard a thing from Garwen since she left the club early the other day. It's not like we text each other all the time or anything, but I've been worried about her in the back of my mind. Between what Garwen said and what Guardianica said, is it really okay for me to put Garwen's feelings aside when she might need me? Oh, it's not. I decide to visit Garwen before FM Suki comes over. Rather than asking, I simply tell her I'm coming over, much like we've done in the past. Once I reach Garwen's house, I knock on the door before entering it myself. Again, we used to play so often that we've made it a habit of simply entering each other's houses like we were family. The house is quiet. Oh god.
Oh boy.
Something bad's gonna have happened, right? Garwen isn't anywhere on the first floor, so I assume she's up in her room. It's already strange of her not to run down and greet me. I head up to her bedroom where I finally find her. If she's dead, I swear to God. Garwen? Oh!
Wait,
She's not dead. I really would have thought she was dead. Alright, Garwen.
Hi, Jizzy.
I sit down in her room. Garwen forces a smile, but it's easy to tell that she's different. There's a minute of silence between us.
You haven't come over like this in a long time, have you?
I guess you're right. It has been a long time. Not much has really changed, has it? Garwen's room is as messy as it's always been. I also recognize the same stuffed animals and wall decorations that she's had for years now.
If you come over more often, it wouldn't be such a mess.
That's because I end up cleaning it for you.
How come you suddenly wanted to come over today? Aren't you supposed to see Suki today?
Yeah, but... Wait, how did you know that? Garwen had already left by the time we decided that last meeting.
Monica told me. It's only natural for her to keep me informed about the festival preparations, right?
Ah, well, that's true. But what about you? Aren't you going to be helping Guardianica today?
Of course. But I'm just helping her online. We didn't plan to meet up or anything.
Ah, so it's just me and Suki then.
Yep.
There's more silence between us. Garwen stares in a random direction. Everything about her behavior is really uncharacteristic. I finally get to the point. I just wanted to see how you were doing. After you left on Friday, when something's wrong, you can't hide it from me. I know you too well. So? Garwen smiles, shaking her head.
That's no good, you see.
Eh?
Why can't it just be like it's always been? This is all my fault. If I didn't get so weak and accidentally express my feelings. If I didn't make that stupid mistake, then you wouldn't have worried about me at all. You wouldn't have come here. You wouldn't have even been thinking about me right now. But this is just my punishment, isn't it? I'm getting punished for being so selfish. I think that's why the world decided to have you come over today. It just wants to torture me.
Garwen! I grab Garwen by the shoulders. What on earth are you saying? Are you listening to yourself right now? I know something happened to you. There's no other explanation for you to be like this. So tell me already. Until I know, I won't be able to stop thinking about it. Garwen gives me an empty smile.
You really put me in a trap, Jesse. But you're wrong. Nothing happened to me. I've always been like this. You're just seeing it for the first time.
Seeing what? What are you talking about, Garwen?
You're really just going to make me say it, aren't you, Jesse?
Don't say it!
I guess I have no choice this time. The thing is, I've had really bad depression my whole life. Did you know that? Why do you think I'm late to school every day? Because most days I can't even find a reason to get out of bed. What reason is there to do anything when I fully know how worthless I am? Why go to school? Why eat?
Good God.
Why make friends? Why make other people put their energy and caring to waste?
Girl,
By
you
having
need
them spend it
therapy.
on me. That's what it feels like.
Hear that? She needs Jizzy to give her a good time.
That's why I just want to make everyone happy. Without anyone worrying about me.
I'm in shock. I can't even figure out how to respond. How is it possible that Garwen kept this from me the entire time that I've known her? Did she really want so badly for me to just not think about her? Why, Garwen?
Eh?
Why is it that you never told me about this? It almost feels like I've been betrayed as your close friend. Don't say that! What the fuck? Don't say that!
Dude!
Because if I knew, I would have done everything I could to support you. Why can't I make choices at this moment? This guy is saying all the wrong things. Even if there's only so much that I could do. I would have tried a little bit harder to make every day a little bit better for you. That's why I'm your friend. Jizzy, mate! What the fuck are you talking about? All you had to do was tell me.
You don't understand at all, Jizzy.
Jizzy's a fucking idiot.
Why do you think I didn't tell you? Because if I told you, then you would have to waste effort caring about me, instead of doing important things. I don't want to be cared about. It's bittersweet when people try to care about me. It feels nice sometimes, but it also feels like a bat being swung against my head. That's why I wanted so badly for you to make friends with everyone else. Helping everyone be happy together is the best thing for me. But then I discovered something else too. Seeing you make friends and get closer with everyone in the club. It feels like a spear going through my heart. So that's why I decided the world just wants to torture me. Every path leads to nothing but hurt.
What this game feels like. You're right that I don't understand. I don't understand your feelings at all, Garwen. But I don't need to understand. Whatever it takes for me to help you stop hurting, that's what I'll do.
No, Jizzy. There's nothing. Nothing at all. The only thing that could have helped is if everything could be like it always was. But I was selfish. I finally showed you what a horrible person I am.
Tears streaked down Garwen's face.
I made you join the literature club because I was selfish.
I just want to write some poems, man. What the fuck is all this?
And I was punished by my heart hurting in a way that I couldn't understand. And now you came here, and I made you hurt too. I'm just weak and selfish. That's all I am. That's why I'm going to accept these punishments. Because I deserve every last one.
Oh god, without thinking, I once again grab Garwen's shoulders. This time I pull her into a tight embrace.
Jesse?
Garwen, I don't care if you feel selfish. It's ASMR time, boys. I'm really happy that you convinced me to join the club. Seeing you every day makes it worthwhile enough. If I make friends with everyone else, then that's just a bonus. But please, never underestimate how much I care about you. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Jesse?
Garwen isn't hugging me back. Despite my arms being wrapped around her, Garwen's arms remain at her sides. She starts sobbing next to my ear.
No. Don't do this to me. Please don't do this. Jesse.
Garwen barely manages to speak between her sobs. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, but all I want for her is to know that I care. If you have it in you to call yourself selfish, then you have to let me be selfish too. No matter what it takes, I'll figure out what needs to change. I'll make these feelings go away. And if there's anything that you need me to do, then you'd better tell me. I'll get mad if you do. Jizzy, stop saying all the wrong shit, mate.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Gently, Garwen finally puts her arms around me in return.
I don't know anything. It's all really scary. I don't understand any of my feelings, Jizzy. The only time I'm not feeling nothing is when I'm feeling pain. But your hugs are so warm. That's really scary too.
Garwen lets me go. As she does so, I let her go as well. I feel like me and Jizzy, we're just not on the same wavelength anymore. The festival is tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun, right? Oh my god, Jizzy!
Yeah.
How would you like for me to spend it all with you? It's what I want. I promise.
I think that would be nice then.
I'm sorry, Cast. Yeah. Garwen wipes her eyes. If I could spend the whole day here, I would. Of all days, this has to be the one where I have other plans. Maybe I should cancel.
No, don't! Please don't. If you did that, then I really wouldn't forgive you.
But it's almost time for Suki to meet me at my house. At the very least, do you want to come along and help out? It would be fun. To my surprise, Garwen shakes her head.
I'm sorry. I don't know if that would be a very good for me today. You understand, right?
It's kind of hard for me to fully understand, but I'm trying my hardest.
It's okay. Don't worry too much about it. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
Alright. I look forward to it. Something tells me we won't see her tomorrow. I say goodbye to Garwen and exit her house. On the way home, I find myself still feeling uneasy. But it's hard for me to keep thinking about it when Suki is about to come over too. I think Garwen is right. I shouldn't be worrying too much. And we're definitely going to have a great time tomorrow. Yeah, that's foreshadowing. I should just focus on what's ahead of me. Oh, the music! Yeah, fuck Garwen. I spend only a few minutes back at home actually waiting for Suki's arrival. Before I know it, she texts me to let me know she's outside the front door. Without delay, I open the front door to let her in.
What's up?
Hey! I don't know what I was expecting, but seeing Suki in something other than her school uniform totally threw me off. Seeing her in such cute clothes makes my uniform seem totally unfitting in comparison.
Jeez, don't make it feel so awkward already. It's gonna be a long afternoon, so don't be weird just because you're not used to seeing me outside of school. Anyway, I'm coming in.
Yeah, me too, buddy. Sorry. I see you brought a lot of stuff. Suki's carrying a large bag that's probably full of baking supplies.
I didn't want to come all this way to find out that your kitchen isn't equipped for the job.
Mate, my kitchen is equipped for the job.
You brought everything I asked you to, right?
Yeah, I did. Yesterday, Suki asked me to buy a bunch of ingredients if I didn't already have them at home.
Good. Glad I could count on you to do your part.
Well, of course. I'm surprised to hear Suki suddenly say that, rather than something snarky like she usually does. Could it be that she's a little different outside of school after all? Anyway, let's go to the kitchen.
Gonna offer to take this heavy bag from me? Where's your hospitality, Jizzy?
Come on. Since when did I need to be a gentleman? I grab the bag Suki holds out to me. Grr! This is ridiculously heavy.
I carried that all the way here. Are you impressed?
I see now. Yeah, I'm impressed, Efemsuki. Seems like I always underestimate you.
It's because I'm so small, isn't it?
Don't get all flirty. I'm just doing the cupcake shit with you just to make, like, Garwen not more depressed, so...
You jerk.
We're not gonna do anything here. Efemsuki hits a fist into my chest. Hey. Your size has nothing to do with it. Do you really hate being small that much?
Eh? It's not like I hate it. I mean, sometimes I like proving people wrong when they only think I'm worth my size. It's fun when I get to be small and also be better than other people. But... Jeez, never mind. What are you making me say? Don't think you can make me talk about weird things just because we're not at school. Are we getting started or what? There's a lot of stuff I gotta teach you. What?
That's a little bit more like you. You're more fun when you just speak your mind like that.
Hey! Now you're treating me like a kid. I was just trying to be a little nicer to you, you know? And just because I don't have a mature and sexy figure like Yuri, the Kasturi, doesn't mean you shouldn't treat me like...
Efemsuki catches her words and her face turns red. Efemsuki?
Forget it. I didn't say anything.
I should apologize.
Eh?
I appreciate that you were trying to be nicer. I should have been a little more considerate too. But also, if that's what you're thinking, then you should know there are a ton of guys who are into body types like yours. The fuck are these conversations,
Yeah,
man?
fucking lollyguns, what?
What the fuck?
Dude, it's like... Girl I've
Dude,
met
JC's a fucking weirdo, honestly.
Jizzy is a fucking absolute
The guy said
degenerate.
this,
All the local sex
Actually, let's see. You've written 4 poems now, right?
3 or 4, yeah.
Yeah, 3 or 4. That's 3 or 4 days. It's now the end of the weekend. That's 5, 6, maybe 7 days you've known her. Known her for a week.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, don't worry, I'm sure some guys jerk off to you. Like, what the fuck is wrong with Jizzy, man? Jizzy's like,
hey,
he's like, oh, you're depressed?
Jizzy's got the grind set.
Jizzy is the Sigma male, it's absolutely right.
Yeah.
He's a super simp.
Ah, he's fucking...
Gross.
Hey, was that to me?
Who else?
Can I just say, Izzy and Jizzy, we're not the same.
We're
okay?
not the same, yeah.
Man, let's just get started already.
You get all sour when the girl calls you gross. I finally find your weakness, Jizzy.
Efemsuki smiles deviously. Please spare me. Well, if Efemsuki decides to dish out more insults like that, there's no way I'm not fighting back. Just fucking punch her. But she's satisfied enough for now. Finally starting to pull things out of her bag so we can get started. Before long, the whole kitchen is a mess. That's the cleanest kitchen I've seen in my entire life.
It's better than mine.
Spoons, dirty bowls, flour, spilled fluid. Hey, and plastic bags are strewed about every countertop. The mixer isn't big enough to make all the batter at once, so we've had to do it several times. Meanwhile, Efemsuki is babysitting all of my movements to make sure I don't mess up her precious baking.
Put the food coloring. The batter is going in the oven soon, so I need to fill the trays.
I think it's still in the bag next to the table. What are you using it for?
To color the batter, of course. I'm making each shade different color. That way, even if the flavors aren't different, everyone can still pick their favorite.
Oh, that's a cute idea. Are we doing anything like that with the icing?
Do you want to?
You're asking me? I don't really have a preference, so...
Come on. You're not putting any heart into this at all. Can't you at least try to have fun?
I'm having fun. I'm not really sure what Efemsuki is trying to get out of me. Meanwhile, I see her separate the batter in smaller bowls and put a few drops of food coloring into each. Ah, it does look pretty cool.
See? It's not like baking is just about following instructions. The presentation is where we get to be creative and have the most fun. It's a million times more worth it in the end if just looking at it, it makes everyone's eyes light up.
Like the ones you made on my first day, huh? I recall Suki proudly presenting her cat-shaped cupcakes. And Garwen and Guardianika's delighted expressions. I wonder if I can make Suki proud like that too. Yeah, maybe I will use the food coloring then.
Sounds like you're starting to understand. Just make sure you completely finish mixing the icing before you mess with the food coloring.
Yeah, it's getting there. We were using the electric mixer for the batter, so I got stuck with a whisk and a huge bowl for the icing.
Eh? The icing is still all lumpy. Are you even trying?
Well, yeah, it'll just take a little longer.
Jeez, I'll be here all night if you do it like that. Here, look. Oh no.
Suki grabs the whisk from me and uses her other hand to tilt the bowl back.
You really need to beat the crap out of it.
After a few seconds, the consistency of the icing has already improved.
See?
As if to emphasize, Suki sticks a finger in the icing and pops it in her mouth. I reluctantly start to do the same.
Hey.
Suki suddenly grabs my wrist.
I don't want your gross fingers in my icing.
You sure you don't want your gross fingers in my...
Oh.
Your icing, eh? Are you forgetting who did all the work? I start to fight back, trying to inch my finger towards the bowl.
Don't make me beat the crap out of you next.
I'd like to see you try. I push harder. Just enough for my finger to reach the icing. I triumphantly scoop some with my finger, just as Suki tugs with all her might. Ah! The force of Suki pulling me causes me to stumble, making her stumble in turn.
Gross. You got it on my face. Oh, no.
It's your turn.
Alright, that's oh, is it that late already? I guess that's time to go then, okay.
It's time to go home.
It's time to go home. This is enough.
Whose fault is that? There's a big glob of icing on Suki's cheek.
Oh, perfect.
She tries to reach it with her tongue, but it's too far away.
Gee. You know what? Take this. No, take
Suki
this.
instead wipes it off with her finger before shoving her finger toward my own face. You wish! I'm faster. I grab her wrist with my hand before it reaches my face. Suki tries to use her other hand to fight back, but I grab that one as well.
The fuck is going on?
What the heck? It looks like we're pinning her to a wall.
It does, yes.
Stop.
Not until you apologize for calling me gross.
Fine.
Fucking Jizzy Sigma male growth strikes again.
He sees
for
a
calling
female, he's
you
in a
gross.
room with a female. I have to take 100%. Fuck that female. Yes!
Oh,
It's just
God.
fun seeing you react to it.
Oh, wait, Miss Izzy left?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
It's just fun seeing you react to it.
Well, thank
God.
God she's not here to see this picture.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord, oh, fuck, oh. You do that to me all the time, you know?
Am I gonna end up fucking Suki? What the fuck's going on here?
Saying dumb things just to get a reaction out of me.
I just wanted to make cupcakes.
You really shouldn't tease girls like that.
I just wanted to make cupcakes.
Apparently, Jizzy wants to give her his cupcake.
Put a bun in the oven, you know what I mean?
The cupcake. Wait, is that so? In that case, I probably shouldn't do this either. I take it from Suki's finger and put it in my mouth, licking off the icing.
Oh, Sigma
What?
mindset.
At this point, it's
Did you seriously just?
Stop doing like that, FM.
He saw the excuse to lick her fingers and he took it.
I like the detail that her finger is actually clean. FM Suki is so surprised that she can't even figure out how to get mad at me. Her face is entirely red.
Jizzy. You really shouldn't do that kind of things with girls, unless you really like them.
I wonder what Jizzy will say to this. He's probably like, fuck it.
You know that, right?
What will his... Oh, Jizzy, I don't even want to know. What kind of question is she asking me? Just like that? How did the mood turn to this so quickly? FM Suki gazes at me in silence. Come on, Jizzy, now's the moment. I notice her shallow breaths. Why am I starting to feel dizzy? Oh no, Jizzy's feeling dizzy.
Eh?
Out of nowhere, the fire alarm starts going off.
Of course!
Oh, beautiful.
Fucking fire alarm.
The house is cock-blocking you.
FM Suki rushes over to the oven. Is something burning? I thought you didn't put the cupcakes in yet.
No wonder. You left a dirty tray in there, dummy. How could you make a mistake like that?
FM Suki, your voice is changing. You should have checked before turning the oven on.
Don't blame me for your mistakes. Jeez.
FM Suki uses an oven mitt to grab the blackened tray out of the oven. She sets it on top of the stove. In another moment, the fire alarm stops.
Anyway, I'm putting it in the oven now.
Yeah. The tension from the moments before still lingers over our heads, but the moment has already been lost. I watch as FM Suki slides the cupcake trays into the oven. Then I reluctantly pick up the whisk and continue with the icing, like nothing ever happened.
Ah, that smells so good.
The cupcakes are ready to be pulled out of the oven.
This time,
As soon as FM Suki opens the oven door, a blast of sweet-smelling warm air fills the room.
But how cute they all look.
She proudly shows off the different colored cupcakes in each of the trays. They look even better once we add the icing.
Not like you need to tell me that. I brought decorating stuff, so I hope you can get creative. Here, scoop the icing into these bags.
FM Suki hands me some plastic bags.
I have these nozzles that will make it look nice and fluffy.
I got a nozzle to it.
That's a nozzle.
A nozzle? You don't know what the fuck a nozzle is?
Like the top piece of like when you put like whipping cream, like that little thingy.
Okay.
This one can even make flowers. We probably won't be using them in this time though.
What's this one for? I pick up one of the nozzles that has a much thinner tip than the others.
That one is really thin, so you can use it to make stripes or other patterns. But you can also use it to write stuff on cake.
We can write poetry on cupcakes!
Just like
entire
happy
poems.
Like happy birthday or whatever. Or even a dick.
Huh. I see. That gives me an idea, actually.
Eh?
Well, it's a literature event, right? See, Jizzy and Izzy, maybe we're not that different at all. We could make it a more literature theme by writing a different word on each of the cupcakes. It would be fun to see people choose their cupcake based on a word they like.
Retard, idiot.
If I have to pick the words, it's like suicide, graveyard, disown.
Explosion.
What? I was kind of expecting you to say something really stupid.
Yeah, you don't know which words they have from Suki.
But that's actually a cute idea, so...
Hahaha. Maybe I'm getting it from you.
What is that supposed to mean?
I don't know.
I'm not cute.
Come on. We're not at school, nobody's judging. You can't dress and act like this and not expect me to think you're cute.
Oh.
Yeah, fuck you, moan, dude.
FM Suki's voice trails off.
Same to you.
Or what?
Same with you.
Huh? Did you say something?
No, nothing. Let's just do the icing.
Suki picks up the pace and fastens a nozzle onto each of the bags.
There's a lot to do, so we shouldn't be wasting time. Here, I'll show you how to do it.
Without giving me a chance to think about it before, Suki quickly moves on. She shows me how to apply the icing and then we each get to work. When we're finally finished, Suki puts them all side by side to admire our work.
Look at how pretty they are together.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
I wish I could have one now.
Well, there's no reason you can't, right? I don't see any harm in that.
Well, yeah, but my dad is making dinner tonight, so I really need to save my appetite.
Garwen is the exact opposite in that regard. If she was here, we'd probably be down 10 cupcakes already. And she would still eat dinner.
Come on, that's just unhealthy. Besides, when my dad cooks, I need to eat as much as I can.
Not an abusive father.
Well, anyway, I was hoping we could have time for mango, but I need to be home for dinner.
That one came from the heart. Ah, already? That's a shame.
It's not your fault for working so slowly. You should have thought about that. It's not like you have this chance.
Man. As usual, Suki places the blame on me.
You can bring the cupcakes tomorrow, right? If you and Garwen each carry some, then you probably do it in one trip.
Yeah, I can do that. And don't worry, I won't let her eat any.
I wish she would listen to me the way she listens to you.
Ah, yeah. I again think back to the conversation I had with Garwen earlier today. I felt so helpless. Garwen always does listen to me, but at that point it felt like she couldn't listen to me at all.
Okay, I'm all packed up. Good work today.
You too. I'll walk you out, I guess. Just like that, Suki is already about to leave. It feels like the afternoon went by in a flash. More than that, did I even take the opportunity to get closer to her, like I wanted? Dude, you fucking put your finger in her mouth, like what?
Her finger in your mouth.
Not even better.
Well, I guess I'll be off then.
Thanks
for your help and everything.
Do you want to lick my finger before you leave?
God damn it.
Like she has
I'll
the
see you
icing on her
tomorrow.
finger, and then you just stick yours in her mouth, like I don't know.
Wait, Suki.
Eh?
What you said before about not always having this chance. It doesn't have to be that way at all. Fucking Sigma male coming in hot again. I had fun today. You showed me how fun baking can be, like you wanted. But aside from that, you can come over anytime, okay? I think that if possible, I'd like to spend more time like this. If you want to read manga or go out somewhere.
Do you mean by that?
Suki looks at me tensely, like she's trying to hide her expression. Yeah, I want to spend more time with you.
Easy.
Fucking Jizzy, we just wanted to make cupcakes to not make anyone else feel bad. Oh god, I feel like I made the absolute wrong choice.
I thought you could only care about getting things.
I
done.
did! Oh.
I'm sorry I had to leave so early today. I really didn't want to. I would really stay here a little longer if I could. I feel the same way as you, so... Oh no!
I actually wanted to bang Kasturi. This is not what I wanted. Oh man, I thought I was gonna be smart about it. Suki suddenly gets closer to me. Wait, Suki. Standing inches from me, Suki looks up at me. I feel her fingers gently clutch at the sides of my shirt, as if holding on to me. Her rose-colored cheeks and matching eyes fill my vision, along with her slightly parted lips. Don't do it! What is happening? No, indeed. My head starts to go dizzy as I feel her soft breaths against me.
I felt it.
No, no, this is not what I wanted.
For
The
a
man
while
whore.
now.
Suki suddenly jumps back.
Garwen.
Eh?
Ah. Hi, Jesse.
Oh
no! Oh no!
Garwedy, just
Hey, there's
now,
nothing wrong with polygamy, I guess.
we weren't. Now Garwedy thinks I'm just fucking everyone. That's not what I was fucking planning on doing. I wanted to fuck no one. I fucked everyone.
The man whore.
It's okay,
Look at him.
Jesse.
Shame.
I just stopped by to say hi.
Well, you should have come a little earlier. I'm already on my way out, so...
Oh, really? That's too bad. Oh, do you really want her to walk in on you while he's sucking on your finger?
Yeah, well,
fucking...
I'll still see you at the festival tomorrow. So
Oh, yeah, Garwen's killing himself. I'm fucking sure of it.
just don't eat any of the cupcakes before then.
To make her feel even worse, why don't you?
Anyway, later.
Clearly flustered, Suki hurries off, and Garweny waves goodbye. Well, more chances for fucking Jizzy to ruin it. Here we go. Fucking Jizzy is gonna absolutely annihilate this. Garweny, I thought you didn't want to come over today.
Well, I tried staying in my room, but my imagination was being really mean to me. So I had to come here and see it for myself.
See what? What are you talking about?
You know how much fun you were having with
Suki.
Just making cupcakes.
And how close you got to her. It makes me really happy that you made such a good friend. That's all that matters to me.
Ah, woman. Tears start to fall down Garweny's face.
That's all that matters to me. Why am I feeling this way, Jizzy? I'm supposed to be happy for you. Oh, why does it feel like my heart is splitting in half?
Garwen's acting is selling it, mate. Oh my lord.
It hurts so much. Everything hurts so much.
Ah.
It would be so much better if I could just disappear.
Oh no.
Garweny, don't say that.
It's true, Jizzy. If I wasn't here, then I wouldn't have to waste your best sympathy on me. You wouldn't have to put up with me being selfish. Monica was right.
What?
I should just...
Monica? Monica was right about what? Garweny, what I said before is true. I'm not going to let this continue. Caring about you like this isn't the burden your mind is making it out to be. It's something that makes me happy. It's something that I wouldn't trade for anything else. So, even if it takes an entire lifetime, I'm going to be by your side until you don't feel any more pain. Don't say it like that! Oh,
fucking idiot.
But...
And she'll be like, alright, no more pain, coming right up. Garweny looks away. I put a hand on her shoulder to reassure her.
I'm scared, Jesse.
And now she's gonna be like, oh, don't worry about it. Just go for it. And that's gonna convince her to, like, neck herself. Calling
I'm really
it.
Scared.
Calling it. Jesse's gonna push her off the ledge. What are you scared of, Garweny?
I'm scared that I might like you more than you like me.
Garweny?
It's true, isn't it? I was weak and started to like you too much. I did this to myself. Jesse?
Oh my god.
I like you so much that I want to die.
What the Garwen, I feel like that came from the heart. Oh.
Why do you think I chose Sayori? That's how I feel. Got him out of alcohol. And
oh boy. That's enough, Garwini. I don't want you to hurt anymore. I slide my hand down Sayori's I can't speak anymore. Garwini's arm and squeeze her hand in my own. Do you remember how I said I always knew what's best for you? Do you still believe me? Wordlessly, Garwini nods. Even if you don't understand all of your own feelings, I know what you need the most right now. If he's gonna propose his big cock, then I will fucking...
He's a jizzy.
That's what I'm going to give to you. Unzips. What?
Do it! Do the top one!
Do it.
Do the top one!
Do it, Izzy, do it.
Do it! Do it!
one more can of alcohol. Let's do this.
But it would be a lie. My heart belongs to Kasturi.
No, fuck Kasturi.
Now I don't even know how to feel about FM anymore. Like,
Dude, what a fucking man whore. The guy accidentally went the fucking harem route or something. Like, I like this one, but I like the other one too.
You put your moves on
I was
every single character except Monica.
The thing is, I just wanted to I was like, we're gonna make cupcakes just to make sure there's like no awkward tension. And then it's
Okay,
like, alright,
I have
fucking
feelings
finger her icing.
Do it.
Come on, pick the top one. Don't let her hanging.
Yeah, but it's a lie.
You're probably gonna walk into oncoming
I
traffic.
don't fucking care. The world lies. Anyways.
So I just need to like love her, even though I don't really love her, just so she wouldn't neck herself. You know what
Yes.
Garwini needs? Garwini needs antidepressants and fucking
Yeah,
therapy. That's what
therapy
she
or
needs.
parents. Where the fuck are her parents?
Do we do?
Now that you mention
Oh?
it, we've heard a lot about these two and how their close friends have been next to each other and how she can't, do anything right and almost burned down the house. We've heard nothing about her having parents. Her
Yeah.
parents might be dead, and that's why he's taking care of her so much.
I feel like saying I love you is not the right choice here.
Do it.
You are my dearest friend.
But the bottom one is probably even worse.
It's gonna be bad.
Listen,
Oh no!
I propose a fucking poll.
Yeah?
I propose a poll.
Alright, I'll make a poll.
I shall abstain from this poll, for I am biased.
Same here. I'm abstaining as well.
Do the characters just abstain?
Do I have to?
I mean, I don't think so. Like, the votes are anonymous, right?
Wait, so
I mean,
how
yeah.
are we voting on this then?
Like, I can say I abstain and then vote either way, so...
Yeah, I can do that as well. But I'm
Yeah.
not doing to. Because that's
Well, who says I'm going? Well, who will know whether I will or won't?
Alright, I'm making a poll.
You will. And that will haunt
Okay.
you forever, for you'll know yourself a liar.
Well, I never said I was going
Put
to
a
or
poll in the chat of the stream.
so it's not a lie.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm gonna say it right now. I'm going to vote in the poll.
Aha!
No one.
I voted in the poll.
And yeah, she's the one who
No,
wanted
but
things to
you
go
got
back to
fucked.
how they used to be.
this is a fucking race to get there.
Not be 50-50, please.
Oh.
50-50.
If it's 50-50, then I'm making
Okay,
the
7
choice.
votes. Okay, not
Wait.
50-50.
Wow.
Oh my god, guys.
You have.
You're not
30
helping!
seconds.
One more person to vote, please.
You have
20
30
seconds.
20 seconds. No, it's tied.
95 people in voice chat. Come
I'm not
on.
voting.
9, 8, 7, 6,
I have a coin to flip
Five,
when it reaches time
4,
out.
3, 2, 1. Okay, boys, then I'm going to go with my gut feeling, my original thought. I'm not gonna lie to Garwen, I'm sorry.
Alrighty then.
I'm gonna make a scene.
Someone just voted for love.
What?
Yeah, that,
Really?
no, it's too late. It's too late.
It's too late. It is
It's
too
too
late.
late.
It's too late, but
late.
goddamn, this
Wait, no,
is hilarious.
it's no longer 50-50. No.
You'll always be my dearest friend. What you need most is for things to be like they've always been. That's terrible.
Which?
Guardianica told me the truth. She told me you killed him. She told me how much happier you seemed after I joined the club. I know you're struggling with some really difficult feelings right now, but please trust me that I know what's best and what will make you happy in the end. I promise I'll help get things back to the way they were.
I see.
Ooh. Garwen forces a smile through an incredibly pained expression.
Is this what it feels like to get stabbed in the chest? I should write a poem about this.
Garwen.
It's okay. This is just my punishment, remember? For being so selfish. So please don't worry about these stupid feelings.
Repeat.
I know you're right. I knew this whole time that there's no happiness down that path. That's why I came here. Just so I could get the answer I needed to hear. And the other thing...
You want a cupcake?
You're also right that I just wanted to go back to the way it was. I realize that now. You really do know me better than anyone, Jizzy. I'll trust you with anything. Anything at all. So...
Garwen's smile finally breaks. All of a sudden, she turns around and drops to her knees.
Ah!
Clutching her head with both hands, she screams as loudly as she can. I hope your neighbors weren't asleep yet, Garwen.
I hope so too.
I'm so shocked that I don't know how to react. Garwen looks over her shoulder and flashes me one more weak smile before turning around and running off. Garwen! I'm left helplessly standing in the front of my house. Why am I feeling so horrible about this? There's nothing more I could have done. The most I can do is support Garwen through her feelings and help her on the path that's right. But I'm having as much trouble understanding Garwen's feelings as she is, even though I can comfort her. I keep wondering if I should be doing something more or something different. I know these thoughts will continue to plague me until things are back to the way they were. I'm going to give it everything I've got. Garwen will always be my dearest friend, and I'll do whatever it takes to put a smile on her face every day. Is this not like the last day? Because I'm fucking getting tired. It's the day of the festival. Of all days, I expected this to be the one where I'd be walking to school with Garwen. But Garwen isn't answering her phone. I considered going to her house to wake her up, but decided that's a little too much. Meanwhile, the preparations for the event should be nearly complete. I managed to carry all the cupcakes myself by carefully stacking 2 trays. Suki is already texting up a storm, but I can't respond thanks to my hands being full. Funnily enough, I probably feel the same way as Suki about the event. I'm more excited for it to be over so I can spend time with Garwen and Suki at the festival. Wait, did we just forget about Kasturi? Like, she no longer exists? But knowing Guardianica, I'm sure the event will be great too.
Guardian. You know, shit is muted. Where's
Jizzy?
Oh, never mind.
You're the first one here. Thanks for being early.
That's funny. I thought at least Kasturi would be here by now. But did Kasturi also kill herself? Guardianica is placing little booklets on each of the desks in the classroom. They must be the ones she prepared that have all the poems we're performing. In the end, I found a random poem online that I thought Guardianica would like and submitted it. So that's the one I'll be performing.
I'm surprised you didn't bring Sayori with you.
Yeah, she overslept again. That dummy. You'd think that on days this important, she'd try a little harder. What the fuck, Jizzy? She just... Oh.
She just screamed in front of...
Yeah, she's like, I'm super depressed. It's like, oh, just try a little harder. Have you tried not being depressed? Like...
Just
I
be
say
happy.
that, but I still remember what Garwen told me. I say, yeah, fuck you. And I suddenly feel awful, exactly, knowing it's not nearly that simple for her. Thank you, Jizzy. At least you have something of fucking...
Well, to be fair, in Jizzy's defense, this is the very first time he's probably even heard that depression exists. With the way his life's been going.
I only said it because it's the way I'm used to thinking. But maybe I should have gone to wake her up after all.
Aha! You should take a little responsibility for her, Jizzy. I mean, especially after your exchange with her yesterday. You kind of left her hanging this morning.
Yeah, stop making me feel worse about it, I know. Exchange? Guardianica, you know about that?
Of course I do. I'm the club president, after all.
But... I stammer, embarrassed. Did Garwen really tell her about it that quickly? About how I basically turned down her confession? That makes me really seem like the bad guy here. But I'm the one who knows what's best for her, right? Jeez. You don't know the full story at all, so...
Don't worry. I probably know a lot more than you think.
Eh? Guardianica is being as friendly as usual. For some reason, I felt a chill down my spine after hearing that.
Hey, do you want to check out the pamphlets? They came out really nice.
Yeah, sure. I grabbed one of the pamphlets laid out on the desks. Oh yeah, they really did. Something like this will definitely help people take the club more seriously.
Yeah, I thought so too.
I flipped through the pages. Each member's poem is neatly printed on its own page, giving it an almost professional feel. I recognize FM Suki and Kasturi's poems from the ones they performed during our practice. What's this? I flipped to Garwen's poem. It's different from the one she practiced. It's one that I haven't read before. Mazel? Oh. Go ahead, Mazel.
Oh my god. Percent, get out of my head, 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 get out of get out of my head, 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 get out of my head,
Yo,
get out of my head, 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 get out of my head,
Muscle on the beat.
get out of my head, get out of my head.
DJ Khaled.
We're not done yet, Mazel.
Oh, get out of my head before I do what I know is best for you. Get out of my head before I listen to everything she said to me. Get out of my head before I show you how much I love you. Get out of my head before I finish writing this poem.
But you just did.
But the poem is never actually finished. It just stops moving.
Oh.
Ah.
Jeez.
What is this? Reading the poem, I get a pit in my stomach.
Jizzy? What's wrong?
What's wrong with you, Monica? You printed this shit. Nothing. This poem feels completely different from everything else Garwen had written. But more than that, I changed my mind. I'm going to go get Garwen, so...
Ah. Well, alright. Try not to take too long, okay? Why do I feel like I killed her?
Yeah, like, you're being very weird, Guardianica. I quickly leave the classroom.
Don't strain yourself.
She fancies Dunsbury.
Guardianica calls that out after me. I quicken my pace. She's already dead. What was I thinking? I should have tried a little bit harder for Garwen. It's not a big deal to at least wait for her or help her wake up. Even the simple gesture of walking her to school makes her really happy. Besides, I told her yesterday that things will be the same as they always have been. That's all she needs and what I want to give her. I reach Garwen's house and knock on the door. I don't expect an answer since she's not picking up her phone either. Like yesterday, I opened the door and let myself in. Garwen? She really is the heavy sleeper.
Oh, no.
I swallow. Yeah, I bet you do. I can't believe I ended up doing this after all. Waking her up in her own house.
Oh, no.
Isn't that more like something a boyfriend would do?
Well...
In any case, it just feels right. Outside Garwen's room, I knock on her door. Garwen? Wake up, dummy! There's no response. I really didn't want to have to enter a room like this. Isn't it kind of a breach of privacy? But she really leaves me no choice. You guys ready? I don't expect good shit to happen. I gently open the door. Oh my god!
Hey, he's dead.
Oh no.
That's incredibly graphic.
That is graphic. Holy crap.
Oof. Come on, dude.
Oh no.
Well, she's dead.
Don't do this to her.
What the hell? Yeah, what the hell? Is this a nightmare? It has to be. Guys, what the fuck is this game? What the hell? This isn't fun anymore. This isn't real. There's no way this can be real. Garwen wouldn't do this. Everything was normal up until a few days ago. That's why I can't believe what my eyes are showing. Can we fucking...
Cut her down already, man.
I suppressed the urge to vomit. Just yesterday, I told Garwen I would be there for her. I told her I know what's best and that everything will be okay. Then why? Why would she do this? How could I be so helpless? What did I do wrong? Turning down her confession, that has to have been what pushed her over the edge. Her agonized scream still echoes in my ears. Yeah, it does actually. Why did I do that to her when she needed me the most? Why was I so selfish? This is my fault. My swarming thoughts keep telling me everything I could have done to prevent this. If I just spent more time with her, walked her to school, gave her what I know she wanted out of our relationship. Dude, that's not healthy. Then I could have prevented this. I know I could have prevented this. Screw the literature club. Screw the festival. I just lost my best friend. Someone I grew up with. She's gone forever now. Nothing I do can bring her back. This isn't some game where I can reset and try something different. Well, I didn't make this day. I had only one chance and I wasn't careful enough. And now I'll carry this guilt with me until I die. Nothing in my life is worth more than hers, but I still couldn't do what she needed from me. And now I can never take it back. Never. 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 So is that the end? What the fuck?
This is a game you need to replay, and it actually pays attention to what you did in your last save when you play it again.
So,
course
wait, what the fuck is wrong with her face?
What the?
Notice something, Izzy? This game adjusts itself to each and every playthrough you do.
What are you saying? She looks amazing. She looks even more beautiful.
I'd say we restart.
You should kill yourself now.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, Izzy, you can go back and retry it, or you can start a new playthrough and see if there's something different in the beginning.
Do it all again.
I'm not gonna do that right now. Is it like right away?
It's where she gets introduced again. So yeah, basically.
Okay, well, fine. I got an achievement for that. Oh, it's all fucked up. I see an annoying girl running toward me from a distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. That girl is my neighbor and good friend since we were children. Blah 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 blah.
Is this?
Yeah.
What the?
Oh my god.
What is happening?
The
What
fuck
if it's the poor woman?
Yeah, she's dead, boy.
Drop dead gorgeous.
I've always walked to school alone. What the fuck? I was about time with some girls or something like that.
Get some bitches in there.
Get some bitches.
I was gonna get...
What the? What? That's me. What am I doing there? Oh my
I was gonna skip through this shit. Should I put, like, she's not a character anymore at all?
Yeah, basically, this game is meant to be replayed repeatedly because it changes depending on what your last playthrough went through.
Can I fuck Kazúl?
But yeah, she's still there.
You can't fuck anyone though. Like the game has no like sex scenes.
There's no real happy ending.
Oh, there's no happy ending? You're always gonna like kill someone?
Basically,
We kill ourselves. Can we kill Jen?
Wait, but she's never gonna be a character again?
Effectively.
You can reinstall the game.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What
I
the
think
fuck?
I think that's enough for today, right?
Yeah, it is.
What's
I think so.
So,
4
Izzy,
hours?
when's the next stream for the next playthrough?
Same time next week.
Never.
Hey, what the fuck is this? You guys seeing this?
Yeah.
Yeah,
See a
the game's
building.
still open apparently.
Metaverse logging in something.
You just fucking task manager out. That's probably easy.
I just wanted to press quit. What a picture.
Thanks for the laughs. It was hilarious.
Ah, thanks, Lucas.
It was hilarious.
Hey, got the punch.
You guys want to relive this moment? Oh, that was fucking.
Oh, it was beautiful.
Guys, can we just like quickly
my
recap?
wallpaper.
I absolutely really wanted to like make sure I wasn't going hard in on one girl just to like make no one feel bad. And in doing so, I think I went for like the worst possible path.
Oh no, there are worse paths.
Oh, there's
I
even
mean, you
worse.
fucked around with everyone in there.
Jizzy is built different. Yeah, Jizzy.
Man,
Yeah.
it's traumatized.
Jizzy is not able to function in a social situation with delicate people.
Yeah, Jizzy doesn't roll that. Like Jizzy has no filter, man.
Yeah.
Jizzy needs to pull his head out of his ass. Well, anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Literally.
Yeah,
that was fun.
I very much like that I went in blind. 'Cause, I mean, I got the writing on the wall was quite there that she wasn't gonna kill herself, but I didn't expect it to be like that in your
I
face.
think it's Cass that's sniffing his mic.
Yeah, Cast likes to insert his mic anally.
There's no middle ground. I either like have the mic close enough that you can hear me like breathe, or it's far away enough that you don't hear me speak.
It's
Just
okay.
don't
It's
breathe.
okay, Cass. It's perfectly normal to deep throat your mic. We won't judge you.
You know
Oh
what?
yeah. I want to give a good, huge shout out to Casta FM, Garwen, and Guardian, and Mazel for their lending their voices. That definitely made this a lot more fun than me just reading through everything. My voice wouldn't have survived that.
I think FM was a little too into it though.
yeah.
No.
At the
I
end,
mean,
during
me and
Sunspot,
Costa, that first exchange, I was feeling something. There was
Oh,
something
yeah.
in the air there. I was absolutely
There was something spicy going on.
yeah,
Yeah,
fucking Monica.
Hey guys,
Yes,
do you ever find it disturbing that there was not a suicide note?
there was like a big disclaimer in the beginning that you shouldn't watch. Oh, there wasn't a suicide note, but there was like
No, he's talking about from the character.
oh in
I
game.
mean, Monica did say you shouldn't have left her hanging.
No, but like
Oh,
there could be a suicide
didn't
note.
kill her.
Like,
Yeah, I feel like Monica's really weird about it.
Yeah,
like,
and also remember that when what Sayori said before. She was right. Monica was right.
yeah, and she also talks about being like characters being two-dimensional. You know.
It's like
I think Monica may have pushed Sayori to this.
there's definitely more with because she also like I know more than you think or something like that, right?
I mean,
She's
probably
the
knew that
player.
She already committed
She's
suicide.
the fucking.
I feel like Monica is indeed like some kind of demon or whatever.
Monica's just gonna kill all of them to get you.
I don't know when I'll play through it again, but
When
She's
you
the
do, I'll be
demon.
here to record it again.
oh,
Which, by the
God.
way, everybody,
Same
you'll
here.
be able to find this on my channel tomorrow, and then we'll see if my channel gets deleted.
Hell yeah, let's go.
They might want to censor the last bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna get We're gonna get canceled.
Before we go, I'd like to say, blame everything on Bulldog. This is put all the comments and the cancelling to him.
Thanks a lot, Bulldog.
Yeah, since I'm a Muslim,
Thanks,
they get
Bulldog.
Yeah,
This is the reason why this is why your country economy is falling apart.
He is our diversity to take the blame, so no one can actually
Exactly.
blame him.
Alright, lads, have a good one. Thanks for hopping in and have a great Christmas evening
Merry
tomorrow and Christmas Day. Yeah.
I don't celebrate.
Right
but
back
I
at you,
appreciate
Jesse.
I fucking care you fucking celebrate because I told you to celebrate, you fucking prick.
Yeah.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yep. I'll
Au revoir.
continue enjoying my 1% alcoholic beverage.
Nice.
Nice.